You are now listening to Surprise Baby for the Bratva Boss by Bella King. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. Chapter 1. Avram. 25 years behind bars, and it rains the day I get out. That bodes well. I shrug the rain off my shoulders as I step into the gas station. I get a curious look from the cashier, a scrawny man who looks like he dabbles in meth after work. It's like I escaped from prison instead of being released, and the looks I've been getting do nothing to ease that feeling. Something about being out after all these years feels wrong. I'm clothed in newfound freedom, but it feels like wearing clothes that I stole from my brother. I haven't seen him since we parted ways at 16. Even though I stick out like a wolf in a chicken coop, I retain some comfort from knowing that people in small towns are also 25 years behind. The slow-moving, disinterested energy in this town might as well lock its residents in a prison of monotony. It's a time capsule I'm eager to move on from. I head straight for the bathroom, hoping that I won't be pressured to buy anything in exchange for being allowed to take a piss. I'd sooner steal and get thrown back in prison than waste a penny of the $50 of gate money I received upon release. I needed to get to Montana. Back to the treasure I buried. Back to being filthy rich. I close the bathroom door and slide the lock in place. It smells like someone had a medical emergency in here, but I've experienced worse. When my cellmate of 9 years was stabbed to death over a cigarette, they left his body on my bed for me to discover. I could smell it on my mattress for months, even though the guards supposedly swapped it out for a new one. I doubt it. They don't treat felons well in that prison, and I was no exception. But I also wasn't the worst. Cop killers and molesters. Those get treated the foulest, but I managed to avoid that title despite the fact that I killed one of the boys in blue when I was 19. I didn't get caught for that. Ironically, it was the murder of a career criminal that got me locked up, which is also why the judge handed me 25 years instead of a death sentence. It does seem odd, however, that I was permitted to take a life and still keep mine. What's left of mine, anyway? When I look in the cracked and fogged bathroom mirror, I see a man with about 40 years ahead of him if he's lucky. 40 years of freedom. No bedtime, no flavorless meals, and no prison guards searching where they shouldn't. No rules either. The free world is just as lawless as when I left it, but that works in my favor. The only thing a man can really do once he spent the majority of his life around criminals is commit more crimes. It's not like I'm going to waltz into a university at 45 without a penny to my name and become an astrophysicist. That opportunity came and went, but the years have made me sharper. I've gone over the mistakes I made last time, and I'm going to do things differently. Much more patiently. I'm not in a hurry to get locked up again, though I'll admit it's more comfortable in a cell than it is on the outside. Cleaner too. One thing about life behind bars is that you get so used to it that being outdoors feels more claustrophobic than being locked in a cell. It's nice knowing what to expect from your environment, and being away from the predictability puts tension in my jaw and a chip on my shoulder. I feel dirty and exposed, but I can't afford to seek comfort. Not yet. There will be time for that later, if everything goes according to plan. I may only have $50 in my pocket, but there's a few $100,000 waiting for me at the bottom of an old well in Montana. I hid what I could from the authorities before they caught me, and I just have to pray it's all still there. Finding it won't be an issue, even after all these years. I retraced every single step in my mind 1,000,000 times during my stint, and I could walk to that old well with my eyes closed if I needed to. The well isn't the big jackpot, though. I put most of the money under the basement floor of a house my company owned, but in order to get it back, I'll need the money from the well first. Assuming it wasn't bulldozed, I probably have enough to buy it back from whoever owns it now and retrieve what's rightfully mine. I splash cold water onto my face from the sink, and it smells like lake water. At least the water in prison was clean. I got used to the iron taste, but it was never fishy like this run-down excuse for a gas station. As I stare at my gruff reflection in the mirror, there's a rap on the door that rattles the hinges. My heart leaps into my throat for a moment before I remember I'm not in prison anymore. Knocks like that always meant trouble. Here, they probably mean someone has a tiny bladder. I wipe the water down my face, flicking it into in the general direction of the sink before turn to the door. There's another knock as my hand closes around the corroded sliver handle. As I throw the door open, I'm met with an angry stare from the meth head cashier. "The bathroom is for paying customers only," he says, pointing a knobby finger at the sign beside my head. I look down at him for a moment, amused more than anything that he thinks he has some type of authority over a man triple his size. In prison, I'd turn someone like him into a jigsaw puzzle for looking at me the wrong way, but the game has changed. I'm relieved, actually. I just wash my hands. I'd hate to get them dirty again. I shrug as I walk past him toward the exit. He doesn't try to stop me, as he'd be a fool to mess with a man with nothing to lose. I hear him grumble some obscenities under his breath, but I ignore them as I return to the cold and rainy road to Montana. I continue my journey on foot. Bus prices are astronomical compared to what they were when I was running around the country causing havoc, and I need every cent of my $50 for food on the way there. The system is cruel, and we're all just unfortunate actors in a movie that doesn't bother to include us in the script. That's why I'm out here, making my own way. If I had followed the rules like a good little boy, I'd be hopeless. Instead, I buried my treasure where nobody would find it, swearing up and down to come back for it and continue my reign of terror on this sorry excuse for a planet when I got out. If I got out. In retrospect, 25 years was less than I deserved, but I'm not one to complain about getting dealt better cards than the guy next to me. I'll take what I can get, and I'll be damned if I give anything back. The rain picks up as I continue into the darkness, my boots sliding through halfway frozen mud, slushy goop that would gladly be the end of me if I gave up and laid down in it to sleep. I was safer behind bars. But I was never bothered much by danger. In my eyes, I was lucky to be given the chance to have a life at all. It's the only thing that kept me sane while I wasted my youth in a room barely big enough to lie down in. Besides, the danger is almost always to my advantage. While others shy away from it or succumb to the lullaby of death, I'm strong enough to brave the storm and reap the benefit that no one else can. I've prepared over half my life for this moment, and there's nothing and nobody that could possibly stand in my way.
If you're enjoying this audiobook, please consider subscribing. It's what allows us to continue putting these on YouTube. Thank you. Chapter 2. Kimberly. I slide my key into the lock, my heart leaping up into my throat at the prospect of finally owning my own home. I've waited so many years for this, nickel and dime to scrounge up enough money for a down payment on a house, and managed to snag the only one on the market in the same city as my new job. Blessed is an understatement. I managed to get this house for just under $200,000, making it possible for me to afford the mortgage payments on the salary I'm receiving. I do wonder who had to die in it to get the price so low, but I wasn't about to ask too many questions. A blessing is a blessing. No need to spoil it. Even though the heating hasn't been turned on in the house yet, and I still have to wear my coat inside, I'm thankful to be out of the rain. It's been coming down in sheets. I was told it would be snowing all the time in Montana, but all I've seen so far is rain, rain, and more rain. I almost veered off the road and ran into an enormous man, could have been Bigfoot, on the way here, but I managed to avoid him at the last second. What's a guy like that doing walking down the road in the middle of nowhere anyway? It seemed weird, but I wasn't about to stop and ask him any questions. Big guy. Like, really big. I wasn't about to risk being Bigfoot's next victim. And God only knows what else is creeping around this part of the country late at night. We're not that far from the mountains. My dad used to tell me stories about skinwalkers, but I'm not buying that one. Bigfoot is about as far as I'll go before it all starts to reek of BS. I'm a practical gal. Down to earth. Normal. I don't see how people can get so far into their fantasies that they lose sight of what's right in front of them. The world simply isn't that exciting. We're material people living in a little gray material world. I'd go so far to call it boring, but my life has taken a bit of a turn with this new job, and I'm staying optimistic until life finds a way to disappoint me again. I'm sure that won't take long. Oops, there's my pessimism peering its ugly little head back in again. I can never seem to shrug that little devil off, despite what my therapist taught me about positive affirmations. A little too woo-woo for me, honestly. I'm glad I left Portland, but coming to Montana may have been taking it a little too far. I mean, I did meet Bigfoot on the way here. Guys in Portland are smaller. I drop my bag in what will soon be my bedroom once I have some furniture. The mattress is supposed to come tomorrow, which means I'll be spending the night in a sleeping bag on the floor, but I'm not that bothered by it. See, that's me being optimistic. I enjoy sleeping on the hard ground. It reminds me of the camping trips I used to go on with my parents when I was a little girl. I yearn for those days, but they never come back. They just keep fading further away as the years pass. I'm almost afraid I'll forget about them entirely. That's probably one of the reasons people have kids of their own, so that they can repeat those experiences one last time. But I'm freshly single and in no mood to mingle after the disaster that was my Portland boyfriend. He seemed normal enough, honestly, but he wasn't. Not even close. And he really did fool me into thinking he was a nice guy until he pounced on some girl while high on meth one night and got himself arrested. The best part, or I should probably say the worst part, but it's funny in retrospect, is that he called me from jail to break up with me because he thought it was my fault that he was high in the first place. He claimed he missed me so much that it caused him to relapse to cope with my absence. Talk about lunacy. I'll never fault someone for having an addiction, but hiding it from me and then trying to blame me for it crosses several lines. And he broke up with me. I laugh a little as I realize the size of the bullet I dodged. At least I'm not having his babies. I might not be having any at all at this rate, but that was never my plan. 28, office gal, attractive but totally done with men. I could stand to wait a few more years, but if Prince Charming doesn't come galloping into town on a pony, I think I'm going to adopt a couple of cats and become a mountain witch. That's better than becoming a skinwalker, I suppose. I try not to look out the windows as I walk to the kitchen to test the water. They're like big, gaping black rectangles cut into the walls, with glass so clear and unobstructed that it looks like there isn't any at all. And the night is so dark here in Montana. There's not another house for several miles, and the main city is a solid half-hour away, rendering my sprawling wheatfield neighborhood blacker than soot. Looking out the window is like staring out into space after every star in the sky has died. Curtains feel more important than furniture at this point. I probably shouldn't have even moved in tonight, but my lease was up, and my ex-boyfriend was about to be released on bail. I don't think he should have been released after the mayhem he caused downtown, but since he didn't actually hurt anyone, they thought it was fine to let him off the hook until his trial. He may have even tried to text me after he was out, but I blocked him, so I wouldn't know. I'm starting over in Montana, even if it means cutting myself off from everyone who could possibly help me get settled in. No friends, no family, nobody. It's oddly freeing, and a lot less intimidating than it was when I first put together the down payment for this house. Actually, being here by myself feels like the fresh start I needed. And now I just have to survive the night. I test the tap in the kitchen, and ice-cold water spurts out of the shuddering faucet after a few seconds, running a slight yellowish color before turning crystal clear. It's probably not the best idea to drink from it, but I brought a big bottle of alkaline water because I was told it was healthier than regular water, but I haven't read into that claim. It tastes good, though. Crisp and sweet, though I'll admit that I'd rather have a hot cup of tea right now. Chamomile preferably, but I'd take what I could get at this point. I check the cabinets, but there's nothing except dust and the occasional spider. Whoever left this house took every last thing inside, and it looks like that was a while ago. I wasn't told how long this house was vacant, but it seems like it was at least a few years. Why? Also no clue, but whatever it was probably contributed to how cheap I got it. I'm assuming someone died, but I'm not superstitious enough for that to bother me. Ghosts don't exist. The world isn't that interesting. I feel like that's still an optimistic take. I mean, who really wants ghosts to exist? What good would come from that? The thought of them puts tension in my shoulders as I leave the kitchen and creep down the hallway toward my bedroom. I know they're not real, but that doesn't stop my imagination from concocting traumatic scenarios where dead people chase me around the house. I turn the light on in the hallway, even though I don't need it. Electricity out here costs roughly the same as Oregon, making it lower than the national average. I can afford to be a little silly. If nothing else, the light will keep the bugs away. With the rain coming down like it is, I can imagine they'll all be looking for a nice dry place to hang out until it passes. Not in my sleeping bag. I'm drawing a circle of bug spray around myself before I pass out for the night. Ghosts might not be real, but big spiders and cockroaches certainly are, and neither seem to have any qualms with starting a family in your ear while you're trying to sleep. I suddenly don't feel so tired. I was planning on going to sleep early so that I could wake up and get a view of the area as the sun is rising, but I might as well use my wakeful hours to explore the rest of the house. I moved in a bit of a hurry, and I never got a chance to scope out the house before I bought it. The realtor sent me pictures, but they were mostly of the kitchen, bedroom, and living area, no mention of anything else. But there are other rooms, and I'm going to be brave and explore them. One particular door in the hallway strikes me as different. Maybe it's the cold air seeping out from under it, or perhaps it's the way the hinges look like they haven't been used since the house was built, but I can tell it's different. It can't just be another closet, though I've already found several of those where I feel like they don't need to be. Okay. Let's take a little peek, I whisper to myself as I approach it and lay my hand on the doorknob. This doorknob is also different from the others in the house, built from heavy brass with a large keyhole in the center. I turn it, expecting it to be locked, or perhaps hoping it is, but it moves easily, like the rusted hinges were only an illusion, and this room was used just yesterday. I pull it open, bracing myself for some unforeseen terror, but I'm met only by velvet darkness. Of course, why would there be anything else? My hand runs along the wall inside for a light switch, but there is none. I switch to my phone, the bright LED light revealing a set of wooden stairs with no end in sight. Should I go down there? It feels like I'd be walking into a black hole. But something in me wants to check it out. It's my house, after all. I'm the ruler of this domain, and I shouldn't shy away from my own basement. That would be absurd, and I'm so level-headed that it hurts sometimes. I open the door further to make sure it doesn't swing closed behind me, testing the first stair with my foot to make sure it can hold my weight. Nothing moves. It feels surprisingly sturdy, like the entire staircase is carved from one solid slab of oak. I suck in a deep breath and take another step, walking down into the darkness to face my fears alone.
Chapter 3. Avram. It's better that I'm doing this at night to avoid getting caught, but I'm also going to avoid getting saved if a cougar pounces on me and rips my throat out while I'm trying to bring the bucket up from the well. It's almost too heavy to retrieve, but that's the way I planned it. The rope creaks and groans, but the nylon fibers are tight and capable of holding the load as I ease it up. Anyone else would assume it was stuck because of the sheer amount of force it takes to turn the crank, but I doubt anyone has even tried. 25 years, and not a single soul has touched this well. I chose this location for a reason, and I'm glad to discover that, even in my youth, I was capable of making some good decisions. I do wish I'd have chosen a spot further from the woods, however. The risk of being attacked from behind rises with every moment I spend turning this goddamn crank. It'd be ironic to die on the day I got out of prison. But aside from the occasional rustle of the trees and groaning from the rope as I turn the aging wooden handle attached to it, I'm the only beast who dares step out into the open. Maybe it's better that the weather sucks. The rain has everyone hiding away at home, and I didn't pass a single car on the way here. 30 miles. I used to pace around my cell preparing for this day. I must have walked the Earth's circumference 1,000 times, but the ground was smooth and easy then. This time the mud and rocks make my feet ache. My heart slams into my chest as the bucket finally comes into view. It's blackened with age and shimmering with slimy mildew. It almost looks like an alien life form, and the water inside the bucket is far from drinkable. It's pungent and sour. I grab the bucket, ignoring the black slime that oozes between my fingers as I pull it away from the darkness of the well. I shine the $2 flashlight I bought from the last gas station I stopped at on it, confirming that everything is still there. A glint of gold on the underside of the bucket all but confirms my treasure is safe. My fingers curl around the heavy gold block adhered to the underside of the bucket with zip ties and enough wood glue to build a house. I'm surprised that it's so hard to pry off after all these years, but I'm thankful at the same time. I would have had to climb down the well to get it had it come loose, and there's no guarantee I'd have made it back up. I have no phone, no possible means to call for help. I'm a loner, and it's going to stay that way until I break this gold up and sell enough of it to put a team together. Not that I really trust anyone after what went down when I was arrested. Everyone in my family abandoned me, and not a single person came to my defense during that trial. It was short and brutal, bordering on illegal, but nobody cared for the young man who had just committed the heinous crime of homicide. The only things that acted in my favor were that I was young and good-looking. The judge showed no emotion when she handed down the 25-year sentence, something I believed I would beat eventually, even if I had to do half of it behind bars. I was lucky, yes, but not that lucky. I served the full 300 months and not a day less. Was it worth it? I still can't figure that out as I pry the gold block off the underside of the bucket. It comes off with a splintering crack, taking fragments of wood away with it. My hand shakes as I drop the bucket and hold the gold block up to my flashlight, tarnished yellow smiling at me like that one prison guard with the gold teeth. I'm surprised nobody ever tried to rip them out of his mouth. I test the weight of the gold in my hand, trying to estimate how much it is. I don't think I ever weighed it. I just bought as much gold as I could with the cash I had, melted it down, and hid it in the well. The cash I couldn't convert to gold was hidden under the basement of a house not too far from here. I tucked the gold inside my jacket, turning away from the well and continuing down the old dirt road back to civilization like none of this ever happened. I estimate I have about 5 kilograms in my pocket, and at the current spot price I'd say it's worth a few $100,000. 25 years ago, gold would be a quarter of that price, but then again, inflation is a pain. I've already spent most of my $50 on food and water, so my first move after shaving off a bit of gold to sell is to get myself a proper meal. I'm thinking gourmet, but for that I need to buy a suit, a haircut, and a proper shave. The money-hungry gears are already turning in my head again. 25 years did nothing to corrode my hunger for financial gain. If anything, it made me colder and more calculated about how I'm going to return to the rich life. I'll never go to sleep without a meal, and I'll never close my eyes in a cold bed. I'll always have my belly full and a woman by my side. God knows I need one. I've endured 25 years of celibacy, which should be classified as torture. Not being able to touch a woman for that long has turned simple fantasies into wicked kinks. I'm almost afraid of what I'm capable of doing. I squeeze the hunk of gold in my pocket, a smile tugging up the frozen corners of my mouth as I walk toward the nearest town. There's nothing left for me to be afraid of but myself. I've braved everything and came out richer than ever, and I'll soon show the world that locking me away wasn't enough to stop me. Death is the only thing that could possibly keep me from claiming what's rightfully mine, but if death comes for me, I'll be putting up one hell of a fight. The rain eases a bit as I walk, but even if it was coming down like a waterfall, I would barely notice it. There's a lightness to my step despite the extra weight in my pocket, and for the first time in a long time, I feel like everything might actually work out in my favor. God made me patient, but the devil is going to give me what I've been waiting for. I'm almost ready to return to the little house in Montana and dig up what I buried there. Whoever is inside better be prepared for a cold reception.
Chapter 4. Kimberly. The basement is a good 10 degrees colder than the rest of the house, and it only seems to get colder as I go further down the stairs. The darkness swallows me, goosebumps rising on my arms as my feet hit the cold tile floor. I search for a switch, my flashlight doing barely anything to help me find it. The darkness is oppressive, but I conquer it as my fingers find a little switch far removed from the bottom of the staircase. The lights come on slowly, fading into existence one by one, revealing a basement that feels bigger than it should be. It stretches twice the distance of the house, buried underground and tucked away like it's not meant to be found. The floor is sleek, with black and white checkerboard tiles stretched from wall to wall like a Masonic temple. There's an air of importance to this place, but also danger. I don't feel like I'm supposed to be here, even though it's my property. I tuck my phone into my pocket, standing with my feet together and my arms wrapped around myself in a comforting embrace. It's not the cold that's bothering me. There's something weird about this place, and it makes me supremely uncomfortable. The air is still, heavy with the kind of silence that's only found deep underground or in a purposefully soundproof chamber. This silence has been undisturbed for a long time, and my intrusion upon it is a ripple in the eerie calmness of a forbidden place. By coming down here, I have the strong impression that I've changed the course of history. A little dramatic for my reasonable self, but it's easy to get lost in the energy here and forget who you are. I take a small step forward, testing my luck, but the floor creaks in a way that it really shouldn't, considering that it's tile, and I turn around and race back up the stairs, leaving the light on. When I get up to the top, I close the door hard, wishing I had the key to lock it. It was such a bad idea to come here so late at night. I need to learn to be more patient. I let out a deep sigh, taking a moment to collect myself. My heart is beating much harder than it should for what little exertion it was to dash up the stairs. I'm reluctant to admit that I'm afraid. There's nothing for me to fear. Until a heavy knock on the front door echoes through my empty house. Who is that? I whisper to myself, my voice tight and high in my throat. What little calmness I managed to achieve has vanished like a drop of water in the desert sand. Nobody should be knocking on my door at this hour. I'm frozen in the hallway, unable to move until another knock nearly rattles the door off its hinges. Someone really wants to get in, but who could it be? The previous owner? Is it just a coincidence that someone arrived the moment I came up from the mysterious basement? Or do they know I was down there? I swallow hard, trying to muster up the courage to respond to my unknown visitor. Maybe if I don't say anything, they'll go away. Another knock eliminates that possibility. They know I'm home. The lights are on and there aren't any curtains to shield myself from view. It's possible that they've already seen me, and if they really did want to get in, they could easily burst through one of the windows. I wish I had a gun, but it's too late for that. I have to face whatever is out there, and I can't let them know I'm terrified. Coming. I finally holler toward the door, acting as though there's nothing the matter with such a late-night visitor. I might as well be baking cookies in the middle of the day. I grip my teeth as I walk toward the door, my shoulders rising toward my ears and my heart pounding in my chest. It's all I can hear as my fingers wrap around the doorknob. It feels hot and cold at the same time, and I can barely turn it without my fingers slipping in my sweat. I pull the door open an inch, just enough to peek outside. Who is it? I ask. I can see nothing but darkness outside. But that's only because the man standing outside is so big that he blocks the light from the moon entirely, casting a thick shadow that's as cold as it is black. I'm chilled by it, iced over on the spot like I've been blasted by a sudden January snowstorm. When he speaks, his voice is so deep and coarse that it feels like sandpaper against my skin. Are you the owner of this house? What do you want? I ask, reluctant to tell him anything about myself. He leans forward, his face coming into view and startling me by how handsome it is. I was expecting a monster, but instead I got a model with pale gray eyes and tattoos crawling up his throat. He's no less threatening than a monster, though, considering that he's triple my size and it all appears to be pure muscle. I don't know what a man has to do to get that big, but I doubt it's helping old ladies cross the street. I would like to speak to the owner of this house, the man says, his voice enriched by a thick Russian accent. You already are. His eyes narrow. Let me inside, and we'll talk about why I'm here. Sounds like a great way to get murdered, I reply dryly. He chuckles. You really think I came all this way to kill a woman I don't even know? Maybe. He leans forward again, the smell of rain and wicked possibilities weighing heavy in the air between us. I'm here to talk about the house. I raise an eyebrow. Why? I used to live here. I laugh. Oh, come on. You'll have to do better than that to get me to open the door. I mean, I don't even know who you are. Avram, he replies without missing a beat. I'm taken aback by the suddenness of his response, but I doubt he's lying. He wouldn't be able to come up with a fake name that quickly, unless he planned this all ahead of time. If so, I'm already screwed, so what good is it going to do to resist? Well, Avram, I say, opening the door a little more. My name is Kimberly, so if you're going to murder me, at least you know who you're killing. I can see his face better now. Sharp jaw, thick eyebrows, and salt and pepper hair. He frowns, and somehow that makes him even more attractive. Avram is dangerous, and not just because he's knocking on my door late at night. The door comes open another inch, despite the warning bells ringing like gongs in my head. It's cold and I've been through a terrible rainstorm, Avram says, stepping closer. If you don't mind, I'd like to come in and dry off. I pull the door the rest of the way open, examining him thoroughly before making any final decisions. He is soaked, and that can't be comfortable considering how cold it is tonight. I don't see a car anywhere. Did he walk here? If so, from where? Does he live nearby? Questions swirl in my mind, but remain unanswered as he walks in, his powerful presence forcing me aside harder than if he had used his hand and shoved me. Nice place, he mutters, shrugging off his coat and hanging it on the hook beside the door. You're a minimalist, I assume. I'm struck by confusion until I realize why he's saying that. Oh no, I say with a nervous laugh. I just moved here. Haven't had time for the furniture, but it's coming. They're expecting me to be here to pick it up tomorrow. He turns, his body casting a long shadow down the hallway. It makes him seem even taller than he is, though I'm certain he's almost 7 feet tall. His slicked back hair almost touches the ceiling, and his legs are about as long as my entire body. I wouldn't even have to get on my knees for him. Totally inappropriate. I don't even know why I would think something like that. Who was the previous owner? Avram asks, his eyes scanning me like I'm hiding something from him. They linger on my breasts just long enough to make me blush and forget what he just asked. Sorry, what was the question? I ask, shaking my head to clear it. The previous owner, he repeats, walking toward the door to the basement. He lays his hand on the knob, then pulls it back suddenly. Or has it been empty this whole time? I'm not sure. It did seem kind of abandoned when I bought it, but they didn't say. I didn't ask too many questions, honestly. It was a good price, so I took it. I can give you a better price, he replies, looking at me with eyes like lasers. How much did you pay? I wrinkle my nose at his question. What's your deal? I want the house, he replies. Seems nice. You must be crazy or something, I reply, shaking my head. I'm not even sure why I let you in, but if you start acting weird on me, I'm going to call the police. There's a flicker of fear in his eyes, and his face drops. No need for that. I'm not trying to bother you. It's been a long time since I've been in town, and I needed a place to stay. I thought coming back to the house I used to own would be a good bet, but I see you've already claimed it. I fold my arms over my chest, leaning back against the door. You can't get a hotel or something? He shrugs. No money. You're homeless? I ask in disbelief. For the time being, yes. Maybe you'll take pity on me, he says, holding out his hands with his palms turned upward. A smirk creeps onto his face, and I immediately know he's playing some kind of game with me. I scoff. Save the sob story. I'm not selling the house, and I'm not letting you stay the night. I think we got off on the wrong foot, he says, softening his voice as he drops his hands. I'm not trying to intrude on your space or disrupt what you have going on here. I was cold and in need of a place to warm myself up for a few minutes. I'm not going to bother you. May I just use your dryer for my coat? It's soaked. That part of his story is true. His clothes are dripping wet, and I'd rather not send him out to his death. I'd hate to feel responsible for that, even if this is entirely his fault. I don't owe him anything, but if everyone acted that way, civilization as we know it would end. There's a laundry room at the end of the hallway, but I'm honestly not even sure if the dryer works. I haven't tested anything but the water. He smiles, crow's feet at the corners of his eyes revealing his age. He's handsome for how much older he is than me, and I can't suppress a flutter in my stomach as he comes back toward me. His hand hovers over his coat, his eyes catching mine and holding me in a trance for a moment before he turns away. Thank you, Kimberly. I hope this won't take long. It'll be an hour at the very least with how wet his coat is, but it's better than him staying the entire night. I really can't have a stranger in my house like this, especially not one who is making my stomach swirl and my legs weak. I want to accuse him of making me feel like a high schooler with a crush, but that isn't his fault. I'm the one who is allowing my mind to go there. I lock the front door before hurrying after Avram, the cold air putting goosebumps on my arms that I can't rub away. I need to find the heater and turn it on, but it might very well be in the basement, and I'm not sure I want to go back down there until morning. Oh, perfect, Avram says as the dryer rumbles to life. 30 years and she still works like a charm. He turns it off. The way he speaks sends a chill through me. The goosebumps rise higher, making it impossible for me to hide the way I feel as Avram peels his shirt off, tossing it into the dryer with his coat. His torso is fully tattooed with intricate black images and Russian script. Some of them are quite old, but others seem fresh, like they were done just last week. There's probably a lifetime of stories in that ink, but I doubt I'll get to hear any of them. That doesn't stop me from admiring his body, though. I have to take a small step backward to get the full picture, my eyes scanning his thick muscles and wondering how it's possible for a man to get that built. He exists without an ounce of fat to cover his washboard abs, and the gutters leading down to his family jewels hint at a strength that can't be achieved from the gym alone. I bet he screws like a beast. I cross my legs a bit as Avram puts his thumbs into the sides of his pants and begins to ease them down. I come to my senses when I realize he's taking his underwear off with them. "What are you doing?" I yelp, jumping back.
Chapter 5. Avram. Kimberly is jumpy like those little crickets that would find their way into my cell in the summer. It's cute, but a little unnerving, considering I'm not doing anything that would warrant that type of response. I'm drying my clothes, I tell her. She pulls her head back and gives me a critical look. "So, you're just going to walk around my house naked or what?" I'm no stranger to nudity. I wasn't given much privacy when I was locked up, and it only dawns on me now that getting naked in front of a stranger might come off as threatening. "You don't happen to have a towel or something I can cover myself with?" I ask. "I might," she replies, looking over her shoulder. "They're in the bedroom. I'll be back in a second." I take the opportunity to remove the rest of my clothes while she's away, tossing them into the dryer and starting it up. She can't fault me for wanting to get dry. A nice hot shower and a cup of black coffee would be nice too, but I'm not pushing my luck. It looks like she doesn't even have food in here yet. I wish I had the sense to buy dinner before I came here, but I didn't want to waste a minute of my time, and I doubt Waffle House takes gold shavings as payment. The gold block is sitting under the porch, where I trust nobody will come snooping in the middle of the night. I couldn't bring it inside with me for risk of Kimberly discovering my secret. My lips are sealed. If I can get downstairs and uncover my treasure chest beneath the basement floor, I might not even need to buy this house. But I'd rather have it, and I wouldn't mind having it with Kimberly still inside. I don't think it's just because I haven't had a woman in 25 years. I'm as aroused as Hameros himself, but that doesn't mean I'd screw just anyone. Kimberly is young, exceedingly beautiful, and innocent enough to drive me crazy with desire. Plus, I'm pretty sure she's single. That makes her the prime candidate for becoming my Bratva queen. I want to ruin her with my sin. I want to corrupt her until her soul is as dark as mine. I want to put my babies inside of her and make her belly full and round. She will have my children. She will give birth to the heir of my new kingdom. My head is filled with the filthiest of fantasies about how I will claim her. The positions, the sounds, the tastes. I want her flesh against mine, the heat of her purity soothing the beast inside of me as I fill her with my seed. I'm going to lose control just thinking about it. I'm released from the shackles of my imagination before I'm able to, however. Kimberly comes back down the hallway and lets out a loud gasp. "Avram, I told you I'd get you a towel first." I look at her, instantly enamored by the flush of her soft cheeks. She's too innocent for this world, but that's what makes her so irresistible. The fact that she's been able to preserve her purity is nothing short of a miracle. "If you give me the towel, I'll be able to cover myself," I say, holding out my hand as Kimberly stands 3 yards away from me, frozen in utter shock. "You're seriously naked right now," she says, as though she can't believe any of this is happening. Towel, please. Oh no, I'm not coming over there when your junk is literally out. I sigh. Innocence has its benefits, but I'm starting to get annoyed by this exchange. I move from the dryer, gliding down the hallway quickly, so that she doesn't have time to turn and flee from me. Her eyes follow me, but they're fixed between my thighs until I'm right in front of her. Only then does she look up at my face. Thank you, I say, tugging the towel from her hands and wrapping it around my waist. Now you don't have to continue looking at my junk. Unless you want to, in which case we might be able to make a deal. I smirk as her expression spins between various emotions ranging from horrified to aroused. I know she's fighting demons, but she wants to appear like she's thoroughly disgusted with my behavior. You don't have to answer, I say with a wink. We can talk about it later when my clothes are dry. You might not want me putting them back on. She crosses her arms, her pretty blue eyes rolling into the back of her head as she laments the peace she had before I arrived. Once your clothes are done, you're leaving. I didn't allow you into my home so that you could prance around naked. And yet, here I am, I reply with a smirk. You could not be here pretty fast if I called the police. There she goes, talking about the police again. She sure does know how to put a damper on the mood, but I'm sensing that her threats are empty. She's tolerated a lot for a woman who claims to be fed up with me. And I just love to push buttons. Are you sure you actually own this house and you're not a squatter? I ask, leaning against the wall and leering at her. It might not be such a great move to call the police. You're a funny guy, she replies sarcastically. Good in bed, too. Rich, handsome, the full package. I doubt several of those points, but go off, she says, waving her hand dismissively. Which points? Name them. Rich. You've already admitted that you're homeless. It's complicated, I reply, and I can prove the other two. You're not that handsome. The fact that she's willing to imply that I'm handsome at all is a foot in the door. Give me an inch and I'll stretch it into more than a mile. I'll wrap that inch around the entire world and still have enough left over to screw Kimberly with. I can prove the good in bed part, and the money part too, if you give me long enough, I say, trying my luck. Her eyelids droop to a half-closed state of annoyance. You have a mighty big ego for someone who is broke, ugly, and probably awful in bed. Must not be true, then, I reply with a smirk. I could throw you back out in the rain, she suggests, pointing to the door. But you won't. But I could. I sigh. All right, let's just wait for the clothes to be done, and I'll be out of here. Truce. I hold out my hand, but she turns her nose up at it. Come on, you're not actually angry with me, are you? Do you really think I'm that bad of a guy? She shakes her head. I'm not sure what to think of you, but so far it's nothing good. I can prove otherwise, but you're going to have to give me a chance, I say with a winning grin. Let's eat something, and you can tell me what possessed you to buy a house in grizzly bear territory. Her pupils grow even bigger in terror. Please tell me you're joking. I'm not. I used to live here. Unless they've cut down all the trees and flattened the mountains, there are some pretty big animals lurking around nearby. She groans, looking past me at the gaping black window at the end of the hallway. Seriously, I'm already freaked out enough by this place. I don't need more things to worry about. Scared of ghosts? I tease, crinkling my nose playfully. I don't believe in ghosts, she snaps. Other things, but let's not get into it. I'm freezing and I need to find the heater before we both end this night as meat popsicles. Fair enough. My nipples are so hard they could cut diamonds, and although I'm used to being uncomfortable, being wet and mostly naked is a particularly unpleasant combination when it's cold enough to see your breath. The furnace is in the basement, I say, trying to hide the excitement in my voice. We should go down there and turn it on. Furnace, right. You can probably tell I haven't owned a house before, she says with a laugh. But actually I think it's behind the washer. She looks past me again. Yeah, I saw it there. I cringe. I hope they didn't move it. God knows what else they've done in the basement if that's the case. My entire future hinges on that money still being down there. I don't know how I'm going to rebuild my Bratva empire if someone has taken it. I let out a sigh through my nose, keeping it quiet so that Kimberly can't hear my disappointment. Gripping my towel, I follow her to the washer and dryer, where the furnace is tucked away deeper in the closet. Damn it. She was right. I don't see any buttons to turn it on, she says, leaning forward. Her hips press into the front of the dryer, her ass vibrating as my clothes spin inside. I could watch her like this all night, curious, bent over, on full display. She'd slap me if I grabbed her ass, but it's so inviting that my palms are practically itching as I watch her. Did you hear me? She asks, looking over her shoulder. I don't see any. My eyes snap up to hers, but it's too late. Could you try for like 1 second not to be a pervert and take this seriously, or would you prefer to freeze to death? Sorry, I was listening, I say, gritting my teeth. Let me take a look at it. She purses her lips and narrows her eyes as she steps back, allowing me to take over. The funny thing is that the moment I do lean in and examine the furnace, I feel her eyes on my backside. She's doing the same thing to me. I know I have a hand in this game if I play my cards right, and if that means being the handyman and allowing Kimberly to be the one seducing me, I'll do it. This really isn't about her, after all. It's about the money, and I'd whore myself out to the most beautiful woman I've ever met for a few $1 million. Hell, I'd do it for free. My fingers land on the switch that activates the furnace, and I'm met with a loud hum as it starts up. I turn around, grinning at Kimberly as she claps her hands with excitement. You did it, she cheers, beaming at me in a way that makes my heart melt but saddens my soul at the same time. I've never had anyone be remotely this excited for anything I've done. Kimberly's appreciation reminds me how worthless I felt as a child growing up. I never got that from my parents. Not a smile, not a clap, nothing. My heart is heavy, but I smile anyway. If you need anything else done around here, I wouldn't mind helping, I offer. She tilts her head to the side, and I can hear the gears moving in her brain. I can think of a few things that need fixing.
Chapter 6. Kimberly. I'm just glad to have something to keep Avram busy. Left to his own devices, he's dangerous. When I have him checking the locks on the windows and oiling the hinges on the doors, he's actually quite useful. You're obviously quite capable, I say as he tests the bedroom door and grunts in approval of his work. Why are you wandering around town without a car? I live nearby, he says, looking over the door again like he's not quite satisfied with it. This is old. You see the paint here? He traces his finger down the edge of the wood. That's going to flake off all over the carpet. Well, I don't have any paint. We'll get some tomorrow, he offers, winking at me. You can drive me to town in the morning. I narrow my eyes at him. But you live nearby. Wouldn't I just need to drive you to your place? Yeah, in town, he says, avoiding my eyes. God, he's a terrible liar, but his good looks and charm more than make up for it. I'm just confused why he feels the need to be so dishonest in the first place. He doesn't seem like that bad of a guy, despite appearances. I'm dying to know what he's hiding. So, what do you do exactly? I ask, digging for clues. What do you mean? For work. He glances at me for a split second, then focuses his attention back on the door. Business, mostly. That's vague. Well, you haven't told me what you do, he replies, his sharp eyes meeting mine. You're just as much of a mystery as I am, it seems. All these questions and not a single word about your personal life, starting to think you're hiding something. I laugh at his attempt to flip the script on me. He can't think I'm that basic. What? He asks, looking slightly offended. If you're not willing to open up, then neither am I. Please. You're the one who arrived at my house in the middle of the night, completely unannounced. Used to be mine, he grumbles. You're too much, I reply, wagging my finger at him. I think your clothes might be dry so you can leave, and we can both forget this ever happened. No need to exchange life stories. You aren't going to thank me? He asks, cocking his head to the side and frowning. For what? Allowing me to dry your clothes? He points to the door. I fixed this, and all your windows. That's something people pay money for. Okay, thank you, I say, planting my hands on my hips. You happy? He shakes his head. Not really. Then how can I make you happy? I ask, regretting the words the second they leave my mouth. His mouth turns up in the most devilish grin I've seen, but on him it's shockingly handsome. My entire body breaks out in a cold sweat, and my heartbeat doubles in speed as he lowers his large hand to the tragically small towel I gave him. It hasn't been doing much to cover his muscular thighs, but I've done my best to keep my eyes off the ample skin he's showing. Now my eyes follow his hand down to the skin that could be covered if he tried, but he's really not trying to cover it. Not a damn inch. How can you make me happy? He asks, lowering his gaze to me. His eyes are sharp and electrifying. I can think of a few ways, but I see you don't even have a bed. I purse my lips, trying to look annoyed, but my blood is on fire and my legs are weak. Avram is a stranger, and I shouldn't trust him, but something about the way he looks at me makes my heart surrender to him. My body will surely follow next. But you're right. Maybe I should just leave, he says, a smile playing on his lips. Let's go get my clothes out of the dryer. I narrow my eyes, wondering what he's up to. I know it's nothing good. Men like him don't have morals. They're only interested in one thing, and it's just the sort of thing that turns women like me into single mothers. Come, Avram says, holding out his hand. I look down at it like it's filled with snakes. He takes a step closer. Take my hand. Against my better judgment, I place my hand in his. It's the first time we've actually touched, and I feel an immediate magnetic pull from his body. Electricity passes between us, the type that longs for a discharge as strong and sudden as a bolt of lightning. My entire body buzzes as he leads me out of the room and down the hall. He's in control now. I'm just following along, completely helpless against whatever he has planned. I shouldn't give up control so easily, but it feels like I did that the moment I let him into my house. He shouldn't be here, and I shouldn't be doing this. But I can't take anything back. The line has been crossed, and fate is acting accordingly. Seems as though my clothes are dry, Avram says, smirking at the silent dryer. Better get changed. He lets go of my hand, dropping his towel at his feet before he's even opening the dryer door. I'm shocked by his nudity, but no less enamored than I was the first time he took his clothes off. His figure is spectacular, like he was carved from granite by an angel. Every muscle is perfect in size and shape. Every curve is indicative of power and grace. Every inch of flesh is blessed with the warmth and color of a man full of life and energy. I don't know who he is or where he came from, but his intentions are clear, and I'd be a fool to say no to a body like that.
Due to the very explicit nature of the next scene, it's only available by following the link in the description or going to bellakingbooks.com. Your book will now continue. Chapter 7. Avram. My body rises and falls with her breathing as we both return to the quiet calmness that came before this storm of passion. The air is different, though. It's not thick and strung up with tension. The night is warm even through the freezing rain outside, and the energy is peaceful. I can't say I've felt peace like this since I was locked up. In prison, everyone walks around with their shoulders hunched, painfully aware that violence and chaos can break out at any second. It'll be something simple, like a spoon being dropped or a napkin in the air, but we all knew what was coming the second the tension broke. I've been in my fair share of fights. I never sought them out, but sometimes they were necessary. People out here don't understand that. When you're stuck in a box for decades with the same people, you can't walk away from confrontations. Your reputation is like a house of cards, and if one little punk decides to pull one of your cards without being taught a stern lesson, the whole tower will fall. I never let mine collapse, but I've seen it happen, and it wasn't pretty. A lot of blood. That's always how it is, just a whole lot of blood. I'm relieved to be done with that, but I'm still not sure what to make of Kimberly and her instant refusal to sell the house. I'm going to have to get into the basement somehow, and if she makes that difficult, I'll have to use force. For now, I try not to think about it. I'm almost able to fall asleep on top of Kimberly with how soft and warm she is, but I'd rather not crush her and risk doing another 25 to life. I help her up and smile as she blushes. She's adorable, and I allow myself to get lost in the perfect blue of her large eyes. The way she looks at me makes me want to melt, but I must stand strong. She can't believe that I'm weak for even the tiniest fraction of a second. That's not the way a Bratva boss acts. I must reclaim my rightful place in the social and financial hierarchy of the free world or succumb to its hardships. Kimberly cocks her head to the side, studying my face. Perhaps she's trying to see my thoughts. "What?" I ask. "I'm just curious about you. That's all," she says with a smile. "And I'm wondering if you're planning on sleeping over." With those words, I realize how I'm going to get the treasure hidden under the basement floor. I'm usually quite stoic, but this time I'm unable to prevent a smile from creeping onto my face. Spend the night with the most beautiful woman in the world and dig up some buried treasure before she wakes up. I'd be a fool to respond with anything but a resounding yes. But I contain myself. I take her hand and I look deep into her eyes, allowing myself to lose myself in them again. "I'll keep you warm tonight, darling." "You have quite the job to do, honestly," she says, looking down the hallway toward the bedroom. "I don't even have a bed. We're going to be sharing a sleeping bag." "That will do," I reply, unwilling to tell her exactly why I'm fine with a sleeping bag on the floor over a bed. I'm so used to hard surfaces that the thought of sleeping on a sinking foam mattress makes me feel uncomfortable. I enjoy the stability of a firm mattress, and the ones we had in prison might as well have been made of stone. A hard floor and a soft woman beat a real bed any night. "I have PJS, but I guess you're sleeping naked," Kimberly says, looking over my body. I squeeze her hand. "Whatever you're comfortable with, beautiful." "You're being awfully nice compared to before we had sex," she says, eyeing me with suspicion. "Was that all it took?" I shrug. Calms me down. Men are too easy. I chuckle. "Try it again next time." "I don't mind." "I think I've spoiled you enough," she replies, but the glow in her cheeks tells me she's the one who is spoiled. I allow her to win the debate, if only to make sure she's still in a hazy, post-orgasmic state when she closes her eyes to sleep. The sooner she's in bed, the better. It's already late, and I'm not going to risk rummaging around in her basement when the sun is up. The darkness is the only friend I've ever had. Aside from my twin brother, but I haven't heard from him since we were 16 and parted ways. He decided he didn't want to take the same route to riches that I took. He wanted to do it the right way, the way our mother would have approved us. No laws broken, just clean and tidy business without the thrills that the Bratva life offers. Maybe he was right, but I have no way of knowing. I don't even know if he's alive, much less who he is or what he's doing. He never reached out when I went away. Maybe he expected it. Maybe he didn't even know. I assume he still wants nothing to do with me, seeing as I haven't deviated from the path I set out on when we were just becoming men. At least I'm consistent. I've always known that I would do anything for money. It's a character flaw, sure, but it's also what makes men richer beyond their wildest dreams. That's my fantasy anyway. I can't be certain that my fortune still exists aside from the block of gold, which only serves as a starter for my new Bratva endeavor. I'm going to need a lot more money than that to rebuild my empire. So I follow Kimberly down the hallway, holding her hand until we arrive and she rolls out the sleeping bag on the carpet. It's too small for 2 people, but she seems to believe we can fit. After some unzipping and a lot of squirming, we manage to find an arrangement comfortable enough to make sleep come quickly. She snuggles up to me with her eyes closed, but mine are wide open, glued to the ceiling as I listen to Kimberly's breathing slow down. This is the first time that I'm happy to discover the person I'm sharing a room with snores. I wait a little longer after that to ensure Kimberly falls into a deeper sleep. She needs to be good and gone before I dare leave the room and venture downstairs. Feeling her warmth against me, I'm tempted to fall asleep and push my plans to a later date, but the thought of money pulls me from the comfort of my bed after 2 hours of stillness. Nothing good comes to those who can't forgo comfort for progress. Even with the furnace on and the thermostat cranked up to 75, I feel cold as I step out of the bedroom into the hallway. I'm unclothed, and every creak of the floorboards feels like an attack. The hair on my neck prickles as I reach the door to the basement. It's not how I remember it. Someone replaced the doorknob with one that locks, but when I turn it, the door swings open easily. I peer down into the darkness, waiting for my eyes to adjust. They never do. The velvet black is all-encompassing, and there's no way to move down the stairs without turning a light on. Tripping and tumbling down is more likely to wake Kimberly than turning on a light in a room she's not even in. But even if I wanted to take the risk of flicking the light switch on, it's not possible. There's no switch to be found, so I'm forced to descend in total darkness. Every step is colder and quieter than the last. It's like sinking down in the ocean, leaving the warmth of the sun on the surface and losing sense of what direction you'd have to swim to reach the surface again. The descent takes longer than I remember, but maybe that's because I'm moving so slowly. The only thing worse than missing a step and having your stomach drop is expecting another and hitting the floor much harder and sooner than you anticipate. So I move cautiously, feeling each step under both feet before moving to the next. Eventually I reach the bottom. When my bare feet touch the smooth tiles floor, I know something is wrong. There wasn't a floor like this when I buried my treasure. My heart jumps into my throat as I feel around for a light switch. This time I'm able to find one. Light floods into the room, confirming my fears and causing an audible groan to escape my mouth. It's been redone with large black and white checkerboard tiles, the kind that would take a sledgehammer to break through. There's no way I'll be able to retrieve what's hidden under the floor with Kimberly home. It would take days to find the treasure, and I'd need heavy equipment to break through the floor and dig. 25 years ago, when I put a chest full of money under the floor, this basement was covered in cheap linoleum. The ground underneath was soft, and I was able to burrow 2 feet down and drop the chest in the far end of the room in a few hours. After that, all I had to do was cover it in dirt and roll the linoleum back in place, and nobody would ever know that I had disturbed the basement at all. It must still be there. If anyone had found it, I would have been brought back to court at some point to explain why someone found millions of dollars buried under the house I used to own. That's what I tell myself, but I know if I found that much money, I wouldn't call the police and report it. That's life-changing. There's no reason to ruin your good fortune by reporting it to the cops and having them come confiscate your new fortune from you. There are people who would call the police anyway. Kimberly strikes me as one of those people. Too good, too sweet and innocent. It's what makes her so attractive, but it's also what makes her impossible to keep. I try not to think about what I'm doing to her as my eyes sweep the basement again. A plan brews in my head like a dark storm. I'm not going to be able to get the money tonight, but I am going to get it. No matter what I have to do. No matter whose heart I have to break.
Chapter 8. Kimberly. I'm surprised to find Avram beside me when the sun glares through the unobscured window at 7 in the morning. I was almost certain he'd sneak off before I woke up, never to be seen again. But he's still here, rock-solid, abs and all. I peel back the top of the sleeping bag a bit to get a better look at him. He's just as gorgeous as he was last night, if not more in the morning sun. His body glistens with a light layer of sweat from the heat of the overactive furnace. It's divine. I've never seen a man quite so attractive, and I have no clue how he ended up in my house last night. He just showed up, and he still hasn't explained why. Oh, and we slept together. No condom or anything. I haven't done something that risky since I was 18, and still discovering that men will not wear a condom, unless you make them. But I never made Avram do anything. I touch between my legs, feeling the soreness as confirmation that it happened. I don't know whether to be ashamed or proud of myself. When I look at Avram's face, studying it without the intensity of his sharp gray eyes, I feel neither. Just curiosity and an immense attraction to him. What brought him here so late last night? How can a man so hot be wandering around in the freezing rain by himself? He claims to live here, and that's easy enough to verify. This isn't a big city. Everyone knows everyone, and one chat with a female coworker would tell me all I needed to know about him. A horrible thought strikes me, causing a surge of sickening jealousy in my stomach. What if he only came over here because I'm the new girl in town? What if he's already ran through everyone else? I'm just fresh meat for him, a new girl for him to play games with and move on when he's bored. Gross. I want to slap him, but I resist the urge. I don't know the truth yet, and I'd rather not get on his bad side without reason. He's big enough to tear me in half, and something about the tattoos on his body and the way he holds himself tell me he would do it if he felt it was warranted. Instead of bothering him, I watch him for a few minutes until he wakes up. I study his face, the length of his nose and the scars on his cheeks. I follow the stubble on his chin all the way down to the tattoos on his chest. From there, I keep going, watching the way his muscles develop all the way down to his manhood. I could gaze at it all day, but he wakes up when I shift my weight. He blinks the sun in, just as bothered by it as I was when I awoke. "You need to get curtains," he says, looking toward the window. I laugh. "Yeah, I don't have any privacy." Avram narrows his eyes at the window. "If any peeping Toms come around, I'll beat them to a pulp." Starting the day with violence, I laugh, sitting up and stretching my arms. Avram sits up beside me, mirroring my stretch, until we both look like cats laying out by the window. If I wasn't so hungry, I'd suggest going back to sleep for a little while, but my stomach growls so loud that it echoes through the empty room. "Time for breakfast," Avram says cheerfully. "We'll have to go somewhere. I don't have much to eat at home." Breakfast date. "I like it," he says, springing up from the floor. I'm captivated by his naked body as he walks to the bathroom. Even the sound of his piss in the toilet has this intoxicating masculine energy to it, and I'm unable to get up and make myself presentable until he leaves the room. I'm just so entranced by him. I'm simultaneously disappointed and relieved when I find him fully dressed in the hallway a few minutes later. His hair is wet, slicked back, and his stubble glistens with water from the sink. He's all fresh and ready, and I look like someone ran me over with their car last night. "Know any good places in town?" I ask, testing his story with an innocent question. "I usually eat at home," he replies. I raise an eyebrow. "No dates?" "Only you," he replies with a wink. For some reason I doubt that, but I let it slide. I don't want to spoil the charm until I know for sure that he's lying to me. Then, I can be angry. Now all I want to do is play the fool. Before we leave, I throw my hair in a tight bun and change my outfit twice. Nothing is without wrinkles from the suitcase, but I manage to smooth out the creases enough to where it isn't painfully obvious. I doubt Avram would wait for me to send my outfit through the dryer first. He looks like he's ready to sprint out the door. "Very modern," he notes as we slip into my 10-year-old Honda. Not really," I reply with a laugh. "What do you drive?" "Same thing," he replies a little too quickly. There's something up with him, but I can't figure out what it is. I find it a little unbelievable that he's homeless, but it's also not adding up that he's not homeless. At the very least, he doesn't actually live here, and he's probably not who he says he is. But why lie? What's he hiding? I pull into the parking lot of a small diner in town. There are other cars there, so it seems like a good bet for breakfast. Avram is looking out the window like he's never seen a building or other people before. It's bizarre, but I doubt I'll get anywhere by questioning his behavior. He acts like it's normal when it's obviously not. "There's a pawn shop near here, right?" he asks as I park the car. "Not sure." "Should be one. Every town has one." "You thinking of pawning my car while I'm eating breakfast?" I joke. He doesn't appear to get it. His expression is serious and little confused. "No, I'd just like to talk with them about something." Something. More vagueness from him, but I'm too hungry to care at this point. I just want something to eat. "Let's go," I say, stepping out and breathing in the crisp morning air. It's a lot cleaner than it was in the city. Even though the mountains tend to block in pollution, the air still tastes better than where I'm from. Avram hangs back by the car, even as I walk toward the glowing building. He's hesitant. Maybe people around here do know him after all. I look over my shoulder at him as he stands by the car with his arms crossed. You coming? Yes, of course, he replies, snapping out of whatever thought was preventing him from moving and hurrying to me. He avoids my eyes as he opens the door to the diner. I almost think he's not going to come in with me, but he slips his hand around my waist as we step up to the hostess and request a table for two. Right this way, the slightly frazzled woman chirps, snatching two oily laminated menus off the stand and charging toward the back of the restaurant. I follow her with Avram on my heels, sliding into cracked but surprisingly comfortable red booth seats. Avram looks like he's never even been to a diner before, examining the menu like it's written in a different language. Maybe he can't read English and he's too embarrassed to tell me. His Russian accent is quite strong. That would explain some of his behavior, but certainly not all of it. Can you read English? I ask, not mincing words. It's better to be direct with his type. He puts down the menu. Sure. Can you read English too? I laugh, but again, he seems to have trouble understanding what's funny about what he's saying. He just sits there with a scowl on his face. Maybe you need a cup of coffee, I say, shaking my head. He nods. Yes, something strong. What do they have here? I point to the menu in front of him. Espresso. That'll probably do the trick. I usually save that for the afternoon since my stomach can't handle it in the morning, but everyone's different. 3 espressos, then, he says, sliding out of the booth. Can you order them? I need to go to the bathroom. 3? I ask, bewildered by his request. He doesn't answer as he rushes away from the table toward the front of the building. But the bathroom is the other direction.
Chapter 9. Avram. My fingertips graze the few gold shavings in my pocket that will hopefully get me enough money to pay for breakfast. I need to be quick, or I'm going to make a fool out of myself by requesting that Kimberly pay. I'd never make a woman pay for her meal. I'd sooner demand that it be given to us for free than ask her to fork over a dime, which is why I need to find a pawn shop as soon as possible. Kimberly already suspects something is amiss, but she's been polite enough not to ask what. I'm not even sure she'd believe me if I told her, but that's never going to happen anyway. I can't risk compromising my mission, no matter how beautiful and charming she is. I break out into a sprint when it becomes apparent that there aren't any pawn shops or jewelry stores next to the diner. Why would there be? I'm an idiot for not doing this earlier, but I was so caught up with Kimberly that I didn't even think about the money I would need going forward. Now, I'm desperate to exchange the little gold shavings in my pocket for cash, and I don't have any idea how I'm going to do that without being gone for an hour. But just as I'm starting to feel the lactic acid building up in my legs, I see a glowing yellow sign that proudly states we buy gold. If that isn't a sign from God, I don't know what is. I hurry into the store, tossing the gold shavings on the counter in front of a scrawny-looking boy who can't be much older than 16. My best guess is that he's the shopkeeper's son, but I don't have the luxury of time. I need money, not answers. How much can I get for this? I ask. The boy looks down at the shavings, frowning a bit. This is interesting. It's gold, I'm assuming, but what carat? 24, I snap. Pure gold, what's your best price on it? Depends on the weight, he replies, scooping the shavings off the counter and carrying them over to a scale. And I'll have to test it first, if you don't mind. Don't be long, I grumble. He drops the shavings on a small metal scale behind the counter, studying the numbers as they rise. It's 1.5 grams on the dot. I can give you 40 for it. I already know that number is tragically low, but I'm not in a position to waste time negotiating. Give me 50 and I'll get out of your hair. Sure, he replies quickly, leading me to believe I could have gotten more. I doubt breakfast costs that much, so I'll be fine until I can retrieve the block from Kimberly's house and sell off some chunks to get myself back on my feet. I take the cash that the boy gives me, hurrying out of the store and back on the street. Sprinting to the diner, I feel a new energy knowing that I have enough money to pay for breakfast. Kimberly deserves it after how accommodating she was last night. Plus, I still remember how to be a man, even after 25 years in a building without women. I do my best not to knock anyone over as I burst into the diner, wiping the sweat off my forehead with the back of my hand as I travel down the booths to where Kimberly is waiting. There's no steam rising from the espresso when I sit down. Was I really gone for that long? Sorry, something came up with work. Had to take a call, I say, hoping she won't inquire further. No problem, she replies politely. I'm just happy you're back. For a second, I thought you made a run for it. I laugh. From you? No way. She shrugs, lifting an iced tea to her lips. You never know. I watch her lips wrap around the edge of the glass, and all my little depraved mind can think about is the way they wrapped around me last night. The feeling was heavenly, unlike anything I've ever felt. I throw back the first shot of espresso, watching Kimberly closely as she sets her glass down. No coffee? I ask, or are you just naturally energetic? She smiles. I might have some in a bit, but my guilty pleasure is sugar. Sweet tea in the morning wakes me up more than anything. You're absolutely frying your dopamine receptors, I tease. Hey, you already did that last night. I throw back the second shot of espresso. It's cold, but it tastes miles better than the freeze-dried instant coffee we drank in prison. No need for the sugar, then. I still like it. Maybe I'm addicted. We all have our vices. She leans forward, clasping her hands together. And what are yours? I smirk. You ever heard of the 7 deadly sins? Of course. So, all of those, I say, taking the last shot of espresso. She laughs, tucking a stray piece of blonde hair behind her ear. You can't be that bad. You don't even want to know, darling. Trust me. She taps a finger against her lips. Hey, see, now, that's just the thing. I don't trust you. Not one bit, so I'm still curious to know what's so terrible about you. Everything, I say with a wink. The waitress comes before Kimberly can ask any more questions, and we order our food. She's a light eater, which surprises me after knowing about the sweet tea. I guess that's enough for a small woman like her. On the other hand, I order about quadruple what she gets, which she finds amusing. You must live in the gym to burn off that many calories, she says as the waitress leaves. I lift, I reply simply. The truth is that there were only 2 things I enjoyed doing when I was behind bars: reading books and lifting. There's nothing more formidable than a sharp mind paired with a powerful body. Kimberly rests her head in her hands and looks at me with another curious gaze. Her eyes are such a beautiful shade of blue that I feel the need to say something about them. But what can you say to a woman who is perfect? I'm sure she gets compliments all the time. So what's the plan after this? You need me to drive you anywhere else? She asks. You think I don't have a car? I'm not making assumptions. You can just go home. I'll be fine. So, that's it. Or are you going to ask for my number? A grin, breaking the tension before it turns into something more bitter. I know where you live, darling. I don't need your number. She's visibly flustered, tucking hair behind her ear that isn't there and moving around in her seat like someone set it on fire. If she thinks I'm through with her, she has another thing coming. I'll be back in her house, and it won't just be for the treasure underneath the floor. I have a plan now, and she's the biggest part of it. I'm assuming you moved here for a reason, I say, diving into a conversation that we need to have if I'm to figure out her schedule. Work or family? Not family, she replies with a laugh. There's a bitterness to it, a little sting that it's not really all that funny. Relatable. I hate everyone who I've ever shared blood with, aside from my mom. So, you work here, I say, digging deeper. What exactly do you do? She raises her eyebrows. What do you think I do? Too pretty for an office job, I say, rubbing the stubble on my chin. Maybe you're a model. She shoots me a dirty look. Flattery only gets you so far, buddy. I'm serious. She picks at the edge of the table with a manicured nail. French tips. She knows how to take care of herself, which tells me she has standards. Whatever she does, it probably pays well. I'm not a model. I was thinking you might be, though, she says, trying to do what she already warned me against. I shake my finger at her. Flattery doesn't work here either. I'm guessing you work in an office then, something nice. I'm sure they have comfortable seats and air conditioning. She laughs. You're so weird and I feel like you don't even know it. The problem is that I do know it, but there's nothing I can do about it until I adjust to the outside world again. I'm an alien, a strange man in a world that isn't built for him. Tell me though, am I right? I ask. She nods. Yeah, I'm an accountant. Nothing glamorous, but it pays the bills. She has no idea how sexy that is to me, but I don't allow her to see it. I can't let her know how obsessed I am with her. She already thinks I'm weird. Any more of my odd behavior and I'm going to scare her off. Precious girl. I can't lose her. Not when I'm this close to success. And what do you do? She asks, leaning in and putting the pressure on me again. Thankfully, I've had time to come up with a story. I've been thinking all last night about it. I could barely sleep, but I'm used to that. Business. I sold my previous one, an advertising agency, so I'm in the market for a new one, looking to buy local and expand. That's what I do. Buy, expand, then sell. She nods, clearly impressed. Wow, that sounds like a big thing to be doing. Have you ever had anything fail? If only she knew. In the beginning, it's always tough, but I've nailed the process at this point. I choose my businesses carefully, I explain, cringing a little on the inside at the nonsense I'm spitting. I have no trouble lying, but doing it to such a sweet woman hurts me inside. I think I like her too much. It's becoming a problem. Our food comes and the talking turns into eating. I look up at her a few times, catching her staring at me. She must really like me, which surprises me. A woman as beautiful as she is could have any man in the world. But then again, if she knew I was a convicted felon, she probably wouldn't feel the same about me. She'd run far away, and I'd never see her again. No more big eyes and rosy cheeks. No more sex. I'd be high and dry without a penny to show for my trouble. The longer I spend with her, the more I know I can't let that happen. One way or another, I'm going to keep little Miss Kimberly, even if I have to lock her in the basement and hide her away from the rest of the world. Money is one thing, but she's my newest interest. My beauty. My obsession.
Chapter 10. Kimberly. Avram's words were sweeter than the iced tea I drank this morning, but I'm a cynic. Now that he's gone, I don't believe I'll be seeing him again. Sure, he did me like a beast and paid for my breakfast, but everything else about him was vague and shady. He didn't want me to know who he really was. He couldn't even tell me where he lived or give me his phone number. As far as I know, he's just passing through my little town, and I'll never see him again. I try to believe that's a good thing as I start unpacking the furniture that was delivered to the house not long after I got back from breakfast, but his absence is glaring. Trying to put together furniture is no easy task, and doing it alone is damn near impossible. By lunchtime, I'm all out of energy, and I'm not even finished with the bedroom. By dinner, I'm ready to pull my hair out. I had to reassemble my dresser twice, and I've somehow lost the screws that went in the chairs for the dining room. I wish Avram were here. This is damn near impossible without him. I carb-load for dinner pasta and breadsticks, so when I lay down in my new bed with a thick feather blanket and lavender pillow spray, I expect to fall asleep instantly. Except I don't. 10 minutes tick by. The windows are covered tonight, no scary gaping darkness outside, just delicate white lace over pistachio green. 30 minutes. The ceiling has some imperfections. Even in the darkness, I can see the slight slant in the middle. Is it water damage? An hour passes. My body still aches from how hard Avram claimed me last night. It's a good thing he isn't here right now. I wouldn't be able to handle him 2 nights in a row. Another hour gone. I have work tomorrow. It's a small office, and the only person I've talked to is the owner. He's the one who did my interview. I wish I had more time to get adjusted to this town, but sometimes it's better to jump in head first. Is there a light outside? Headlights? It had better not be the sun. I managed to drift off for a meager handful of hours before my alarm startles me awake. The room is hot from the sun against the curtains, and the feather blanket has me sweating bullets. I get up and wander through the house naked, cooling down with an iced tea from the fridge. The sweetness is enough to get me going. Maybe it is the caffeine too, since it's made with a particularly strong brew of black tea, but I always say it's the sugar. Maybe I'm addicted to both. That's unfortunate. I drive myself to work, looking over the passenger seat a few times on the way, as though Avram is going to suddenly appear in it. I can still smell his body in the car, thick and heavy with some kind of spice. He's like those oranges you make on Christmas with the cloves stuck in them. But the Christmas spirit dies the moment I get out of the car and walk into the office building. It smells like burnt microwave popcorn, cheap coffee, and body odor in the hallway. I can only imagine what my coworkers are going to be like. A bunch of miserable gray people with cheap plastic headphones on, typing away on computers from the 90s. It'll be like a sitcom, only real, and that makes it horribly depressing. I already regret taking this job. It doesn't matter that it pays better than my last one. I'll be trapped in rural purgatory for 8 hours a day, and there's no escape now that I've committed to buying a house. Maybe I should have taken Avram up on his offer to buy it. Too late. My life is falling apart, and my chronic pessimism isn't helping in the least. At least I know I'm being pessimistic. Some people try to claim they're realists, but realism is just pessimism with smoke and mirrors. Neither of them helps. But just when I'm tempted to turn around and walk out the door, I hear a voice that could only belong to one person. Deep, commanding, Russian. Avram is leaning over one of the desks, having an intense conversation with the owner of the company. His expression is confident and cheerful, but there's a seriousness to the way he speaks. Something important is happening. But why the heck is he here in my workplace? I clear my throat, and every head in the cramped little office turns to me. 25 people fall silent, and a big grin stretches over Avram's face. Kimberly, he says, standing up straight, I was just talking to Robert here about you. He said you were very talented, and that's just what we need here at Severov Industries. Severov Industries? You've got to be kidding me. I groan. Avram, excuse my language, but what the hell is going on? Robert, my boss and the owner of this business, which is certainly not called Severov Industries, gives me a scolding frown. Do you two know each other? Avram nods, rubbing his chin with a devilish grin. We've met in passing, yes, she's a little firecracker, but I know how to handle her type. Talent is what I need. Everything else falls to the wayside if you have smart employees. Robert nods like Avram is his teacher. I want to puke. Guys, what's going on here? Robert gets up from the desk, giving me an apologetic look. I'm sorry for the confusion, but I'm not going to be much help explaining things anymore. I'm retiring as owner of the company, and Avram will be taking over from here. Blood rushes to my head, and my face burns with rage. This can't be happening. Is Avram insane? Is he trying to ruin my life just because I wouldn't sell the house to him? I should have trusted my doubts and called the police on him the first chance I got. He's nothing but trouble. Robert gives me a thin smile, sliding past me and heading quickly for the door. He's leaving me alone with this monster. I can't believe his guts. Someone has to say something. Nobody here is going to allow a man like Avram to run the business into the ground. But as Avram continues to grin at me like some kind of psycho, everyone looks back down at their computers and goes back to work. Seriously? Am I the only one who sees a problem with this? Avram, I hiss through gritted teeth, crossing my arms. We can talk about this in my office, he says, motioning toward a door at the far end of the room. It has Robert's name on it. I want to scream, but I contain my fury so that I don't embarrass myself in front of my new coworkers. With my fists balled and my heart pounding in my chest, I reluctantly follow Avram to Robert's office. Chapter 11. Kimberly. Explain yourself, I demand as the door closes behind us. Avram takes his time walking around the desk, sliding into the big leather seat like he's worked here his entire life. It'd be comical if I weren't so angry. He pulls a cigar from his jacket pocket, running it under his nose as he leans back. There's a thin smile on his lips, obnoxious and self-serving. You can't smoke in here, I say as he pulls out a lighter. I'm the boss, darling. I can do anything I want. He lowers his gaze to me, his eyes glowing with mischief. That's a nice blouse you have on. Appears to be silk. Is someone trying to look sexy on her first day of work? You'll have to try a little harder to get a raise out of me on your first day. I glare at him with such contempt that I'm a little bit surprised he doesn't explode into flames. Disappointing. I have a million questions about what you're doing and why, but I'm a bit afraid to hear your answers, I say, placing my fingertips on the edge of the desk and leaning in. He lights up his cigar, puffing blue smoke into the already stuffy room. Then don't ask them, darling. Would you stop calling me that? I'm not your darling, I snap. What would you prefer to be called? He asks calmly. Baby? Sweetheart? Perhaps my little toy? The last thing on earth I want to feel right now is arousal, but that's where I am right now. My legs tremble slightly as I clamp them together, trying to encourage the warmth in my belly to go away. Not here. Not now. Please. I can't let him know he does this to me. You can't talk to me like that at work, I say, finally mustering up the courage to talk back to him. I will go to HR. He holds his hands out with that silly cigar tucked between his teeth, looking around in a mock show of confusion. Where are they? I'm sure they're in this building somewhere. Nope, already fired, he replies, pulling the cigar out of his mouth and ashing it straight onto the desk. And unless you want to meet the same fate, I suggest you sit down and start listening. He points to the chair beside me. Go on, sit. I obey him only because of the house. If that down payment hadn't cleaned out my savings entirely, I would already be out the door. However, I need this job to pay my mortgage. Good girl, Avram murmurs once I'm seated. I remain silent, unwilling to give him any more opportunities to tease me. I hate his guts, and I'm going to get him back for this. One way or another, he's going to pay. He blows a smoke ring toward me, and I wave it away. Stop it. Just stop, Avram. This isn't funny. No, you're right. This is very serious, he replies, lacing his fingers together. I brought you into my office for a reason. Robert's office. Things change. Robert and I had a nice long discussion this morning about his retirement. You know, we can't just keep things like this going forever. People get old. They want to relax and enjoy the years they have left, and managing women like you isn't easy. I glare at him. It's all I can do in a situation like this. So, I decided to give Robert a break. Take the burden off his shoulders, so to speak. I bought his company, and now it's mine. Didn't I say that's what I do for a living? You never said anything about buying my damn workplace, Avram. This is insane. He holds up a finger, scowling at me like I'm the one in the wrong. Watch your language, darling. I'll say whatever I please, I snarl. What makes you think you can tell me what to do? He snaps his fingers. Because you can be fired just like that. You think I want to work here? No, I think you have to work here, he says, the corners of his mouth tugging upward in a demented smirk. Mortgages aren't cheap. It's like he's able to read my mind. He knows everything about me, so playing dumb yesterday was obviously a trick. He's done his research, and I'm his target. The only thing I'm trying to figure out now is why? What did I do to deserve this? I run my fingers through my hair, sweat prickling on the edge of my hairline. My hair is pulled into a tight bun, and it's already giving me a headache. Avram certainly isn't helping either. You don't need to stress yourself out, Avram says, his tone softening. Things can go very well for you here with me as your boss. I recognize and reward talent, and if the other night was any indication, you're a very talented woman. The warmth between my legs grows again, and I find that squeezing my legs together no longer helps. In fact, it feels good, and I'm afraid of what that means. How can I enjoy this kind of treatment? What kind of a woman does that make me? I'm humiliated, angry, and I just want to go home, but Avram has other plans. He ashes his cigar on the top of the desk, melting the cheap coating and making the room smell like burnt plastic. We'll have to get that replaced, he grumbles as he stands up. Come, I'll show you around. I don't want to go with him, but I rise like a puppet on strings. He tugs me along with his power, leading me out to the common area again, where everyone is busily working. They don't look up this time. They're totally unbothered that a 6'6" tattooed beast has turned their workplace into a hostile environment. Unfair. That's one word for it. Another word is insane. Here's the break room, Avram says, his voice a stark juxtaposition to my current mood. He holds the door open with one hand, leaning into the smell of burnt popcorn. I prefer the cigar smoke, honestly. Hope nobody's planning on a tuna fish sandwich for lunch, he says with a chuckle. I'll have someone open a few windows, maybe put in a new filtration system. This place is a bit stuffy. I sigh a little at his reasonable ideas. I feared he would turn this place into a madhouse. I mean, he still might, but at least it won't stink as much. Bathrooms are down the hall and to the left. Smoking is now permitted indoors, but only in my office and by me. Cigarette smokers are banished to the parking lot to get their fix, he continues. I'm still coming to terms with the fact that he's actually my new boss by the time I'm seated in my desk with a handful of simple tasks to get done today. Create a login, set up my desk, and figure out the new accounting software the previous accountant installed before they left. Normally I'd not have any problem with this, but Avram has thrown me for a loop, and it's impossible to get my mind straight. I keep catching glimpses of him as he walks around the office, chatting it up with my coworkers and making friends with them. Even with my headphones on, I can still feel his deep voice rumbling through me all day, even if I can't hear him. God, I'm so fed up with this man. Sick to death. Done. Over. If you're enjoying this audiobook, please consider subscribing. It's what allows us to continue putting these on YouTube. Thank you.
Chapter 12. Avram. Pulling this off is going to be easier than I thought. Not only did Robert sell his business for just over half of the money I had from selling my gold, but Kimberly took out a mortgage on the house instead of paying cash, so she's not going to be able to leave without a buyer. Now I could offer to buy it from here again, but that wouldn't be nearly as satisfying as making her fall in love with me and moving in. It would give me time to reconnect with people in the organized crime industry and put together some contacts before I obtained the funds to hire them. Not a bad idea for a Monday afternoon, and I'm only on my first drink. As it turns out, there isn't much to do in this town but drink, smoke, and hit the strip club. I'm not keen on having women dancing on my lap after having experienced Kimberly, so I opt for the first two. With a drink in one hand and a cigar in the other, I lounge in the back of a dingy bar a few miles south of the apartment I'm renting. I don't plan on spending much time there, but I need it to make my story more believable. Kimberly doesn't trust me, and she won't until I prove to her that I'm just a normal guy. Well, I'll never really be normal, but I can pretend. I swirl a sip of whiskey in my mouth, reveling in the complex flavor before swallowing. You couldn't get alcohol like this in prison. We made our own out of oranges, ketchup, and sugar. It got you drunk, but the hangovers were brutal. I still have trouble believing that I'm really out. It's like a dream, especially since I met Kimberly. She's really something else. Something special, but she has no idea. She thinks I just want to screw her brains out. The truth is far more extreme. But I'm good at hiding my hand. I played enough cards behind bars to know how and when to bluff, so I don't view this as any more difficult than starting a hand with a pair of aces. There aren't many ways for her to win, but it's still possible. I have to keep my wits about me. My eyes follow the patrons of the bar as they walk in and out. I'm keeping an eye out for someone who looks like they have connections to the underworld. For me, they'll be easy to spot. Anyone affiliated with organized crime has a sharp gaze and a confident demeanor. Money comes easily, but death is always just around the corner. An hour and 3 drinks later, I spot my first prospect. He's younger than me by about 10 years, but he clearly has influence here. Everyone in the room stiffens when he walks in. and the bartender doesn't charge him for his drink. Plus, he takes a whiskey. I've never seen a crime lord drink a strawberry cocktail. I get up when he sits down, walking over to him with my drink like we've known each other our whole life. But he would have been 10 years old when they locked me up. There's no way we've brushed shoulders. Avram, I grunt, sticking out my hand as I sit down across him at a wobbly square table against the wall. He frowns at me, but he senses my power and shakes my hand. The last thing anyone wants to do is get on my bad side. Bartek, he replies. Ah, you're from Poland. He nods, but I've been here long enough not to sound like it. I can tell he's proud of that, so I won't tell him I can still hear his accent through his attempts to hide it. I've never seen the sense in trying to sound like an American, but everyone has their reasons. Just passing through. Or... I shrug. I'm here for a while. I figure you'd know where I could meet the right kind of people. The right kind? The ones who know what this means, I reply, pulling back my sleeve and showing him a tattoo of a cathedral with 25 domes. Bartek moves a crop of blonde hair away from his eyes and counts the domes quickly, his eyebrows rising with the number, 25 years. Got out a couple days ago, I say, feeling a glimmer of pride at my accomplishment. Finally, I get to tell someone who won't freak out about it. In fact, I expect my new friend Bartek to be impressed. And he is. He leans back in his chair, taking a sip of his whiskey with his eyebrows high on his forehead. I just want to know what pulled you back into it so quickly. Most people are looking for a way out of this business. I found a way out, and I didn't like it, I say with a chuckle. Prison sucks. That's the usual consensus, yes, he says, smiling now as he grows more comfortable. And so, you're looking to get back into the thick of things out here. Any plans so far? Relearn how to drive. That's one. Oh yeah, that must be tough. They take a lot away from you when they put you away for that long. Probably have to relearn a lot of things. More than I'm willing to admit, but I'm a fast learner. I always had my ear to the ground when I was inside, so I know how things go out here, more or less. I take a sip of my drink, the amber liquid numbing my tongue. And you're in what industry, exactly? Ah, questions like that require a little more information about you, my friend. You think I'm a cop? I can never be too careful. I shrug. Well, I'll tell you what. You search up a man named Avram Severov, and you'll find all you need to know. Bartek pulls out his phone immediately, his thumbs moving like crazy over the screen. I figure he's typing, but I'm not used to phones like his, so I can't be sure. We had access to some in prison, but they were old and most of them didn't even have a way to browse the internet. I feel old. Like really old, but I know I'll get up to speed soon, especially if I'm around Kimberly enough. She's a good 20 years younger than me, and she seems to have a good head on her shoulders. A bit hysterical, but she'll calm down once she gets used to me. I'm not that bad. Bartek lays his phone down between us, an article about my sentencing on the screen. Pretty serious felonies, but anyone can turn federal given enough money. What else can you tell me about yourself? I chuckle. Oh, this is grand. You're obviously a novice or something. You think a Bratva boss would ever turn federal? It's against our code of honor. Honor probably used to mean something when you were out hustling, but times have changed. You can't trust anyone anymore, he says with a hint of sympathy. I'll need to have you checked out, but it won't take long. Then, I might be able to introduce you to some people. I raise my glass to him. I'll drink to that. He smiles, raising his glass and drinking with me. It feels good to have a foot in the door, but I know this is only the beginning. Things can get ugly fast if I don't keep my money in order and my people in check. I'm not looking for a job, I'm looking for a job, I'm looking for a connection to help bring me back to the top. And that inevitably involves rubbing some people the wrong way and taking what I haven't earned. It's how the game works. A king doesn't give up his crown without giving up his head first. And it's only a matter of time before I start swinging my blade.
Chapter 13. Kimberly. What a moron. I can't believe Avram has me coming in after hours on a Friday to close up some accounts. If he needed those done this week, he should have assigned them to me by Thursday. I guess that shows how much he really knows about running businesses. I don't believe what he said about buying and selling them. Since he arrived, the office has been chaotic, and I don't believe anything has gotten done. People are too scared of him to be productive. But I'm not afraid of Mr. Muscles. That's all he is, really. All muscles and no brain. I just wish he would leave me alone. The night we met was amazing. It would have been nice to never discover what he was really like, but as usual, cold hard reality proves to be much less glamorous than my fantasies. I jumped with the delusion that I could fly. Instead, I broke my legs. The office is eerily quiet when I arrive, all the lights off and not a single hint that Avram is even here. I'm almost ready to believe this is all a prank when he pulls up in a car that's identical to mine, hopping out and grinning like an idiot. I look back and forth between my car and his. They're exactly the same, all the way down to the paint color. I really wish you weren't such a weirdo, I say as he walks up to me. He cocks his head to the side, his swagger intensifying as he approaches me. I'm not weird. You are. Seriously? What have I done that's weird? Well, for one, you're working on a Friday night, he says, pulling out the keys to the building and twirling them around on his finger. Very funny, I reply dryly. He unlocks the door and opens it for me. After you, darling. I narrow my eyes at him, but step into the dark office anyway. If he wanted to murder me, he's had plenty of opportunities already. I'm not scared of him, just annoyed by his antics. Lights on, he says, flicking on a switch. And would you look at that? Someone has laid out a carpet for us. How thoughtful. He's right, but now I'm suspicious as to why he brought me here. There's a red carpet leading to the main office area, something that had to have been put here in the last hour after everyone left. I look over to Avram as he comes up beside me. What's all this about? He shrugs, but there's a gleam of knowing in his brilliant gray eyes. I guess we'll find out together. He holds out his elbow and I take it after a moment of hesitation, allowing him to lead me into the main office area. My heart beats faster as we approach the door. I look to his face for some sign of what awaits us, but all I see is a slight smirk. He knows what's behind that door, but I'm nervous. He's never behaved like this before. I'd even go as far as to say he's being romantic? Is it too soon to jump to a conclusion like that? Wishful thinking. That's what I tell myself. I'm being hopeful when he's already proven himself to be a problem. Now let's see what this is all about, he says, dropping his arm and stepping up to the double doors. He grabs both handles, pulling them open in a grand gesture. I gasp, cupping my hand over my mouth as I realize what this is. He tricked me into a date. Avram walks up to a perfectly set table, pulling out a chair with a red velvet seat. Ladies first, he purrs. I stand in shock for a moment, taking in the incredible effort he put into this. It's more than just a table in the middle of what used to be our office. He's cleared all the chairs, desks, and any hint that this was ever a workplace. The carpet is covered with a giant green and red Persian rug, and the glaring fluorescent tube lights on the ceiling have been replaced with a tasteful arrangement of white paper lanterns. This is crazy, I whisper, slowly walking up to the chair and sitting down. How did you do this? I'm just as surprised as you are, he claims as he sits down across from me. I give him a teasing look of annoyance, but I'm amazed he was able to pull something like this off. I hate to say he's redeeming himself, but as long as there aren't any unpleasant surprises along with this date, I'm willing to forgive his transgressions. I think we'll save those accounts for Monday, he says. This seems like a better way to spend the evening. I laugh. Do they even exist? Who knows? Before I can say anything, a man dressed in a tuxedo comes out, carrying a silver platter with a dome lid. I've never seen something like this in person before. It's as though we're in a movie. The man sets the platter down in the center of the table, opening the lid to reveal a beautiful preparation of steak and vegetables. Brilliant, Avram says, as though he's finding all this out for the first time, just as I am. A smile pulls the corners of my mouth up, and I shake my head. Damn it, he's too good. Why the hell does a man this handsome also have to be so charming? He's making it so damn hard to keep hating him. The man in the tuxedo shuffles away, and a moment later, soft jazz music can be heard radiating from the ceiling. Avram had every detail of this meticulously planned out. It makes me wonder how long he's been plotting this night. Avram serves both of us from the dish in the center, his eyes deep and mesmerizing as he looks into mine. He maintains that intensity even as he begins eating, making my belly stir and my palms sweat. I hear the wine is good here. He winks at me. I scoff playfully. Oh, now I see what this is all about. You're trying to get me drunk so that you can take advantage of me. It'll more than likely be the other way around, considering your history, he counters. I laugh. My history? He nods. Oh yes, darling. I do recall you inviting me into your house just to trick me into taking my wet clothes off, and then you had me perform cunnilingus on you. His filthy claim sends a chill through my body. He did all of that willingly, and then he had sex with me without even bothering to use a condom. I still think of the risk we took, and the consequences it could still have. No plan B? I didn't even think of it after he left. I was so caught up with preparing the house and starting work that I took no precautions against getting pregnant. I can't even imagine what it would be like to give birth to Avram's baby. Would he even stick around, or would fatherhood be too much for him to handle? As far as I know, he doesn't have any children, and he's in his mid-40s. Perhaps he doesn't want any. I dig into my plate, trying to forget the possibility that I could already be pregnant. I'll skip the wine. If that's all right, I say, feeling a little sick to my stomach at the thought of accidentally harming our potential baby. I shouldn't care, but I do. I care all too much about Avram and his unwarranted involvement in my life. Not a problem. I hear the water is also good, Avram says. A laugh escapes my mouth. It's all jokes with you. I'm a funny guy. Right? And then you do this thing where you convince me to take my clothes off. I have your act down at this point. He raises a thick eyebrow. Before we're even finished eating? Naughty girl. Sorry, this is too good to trade for sex, I reply, moving a piece of steak into my mouth. Delicious. He gives me a curious look, then continues eating, his eyes flickering up to me frequently. It's difficult to get out of my head when he's looking at me like that. I keep dropping my fork and spilling water down my chin. He probably thinks I'm a sloppy eater, but I'm normally very neat. Finally, once we've both mopped up the red juices on our plates with the last of the steak and vegetables, we begin talking again. Oh, thank you for this, I say, leaning back in my seat and placing my hand on my stomach. I didn't know you could get food this good in a town like this. I have connections, he says, dabbing his lips with a napkin. Care to share? My little secret, he replies with a smirk, but you seem to have your own as well. What really brings you to Montana? I know you're not from here. Just work, I reply in a manner that's more nonchalant than the truth. Work may have brought you here, but something pushed you from the other end. We're already getting too personal, and it's not in a romantic sort of way. His question is direct and prying, something I'm not sure if I should answer truthfully. After all, he's done his best to dodge my questions. Why should I answer his with any honesty? Lack of income, I say, taking a careful sip of my water. Can't really get by when they don't pay you enough back home. Enough income to buy a house, he replies just a little too quickly. I pull my head back. All right, I didn't know I had sat down to an interrogation. What's this really about? I thought you wanted to surprise me with a cozy little dinner, and instead you're grilling me like the steak we ate. He laughs off my concern. Oh no, darling, I'm not pressuring you, just getting to know you, but perhaps the sex is more interesting to you than any real connection. Now he's trying to make me angry. Great. I gave him a chance and he's already screwing it up. I'm not interested in sex, actually, I say through pursed lips. You're my boss, and that would be unprofessional. He narrows his eyes, rubbing his chin like he's trying to figure out his next move in chess. He sees this as a game to be won, and I'm his prize. I just wish he would take me seriously. "Why don't you tell me about yourself?" I say, trying to diffuse the uncomfortable tension. "I'd hate to bring this into work with us on Monday, and if I can get something out of Avram in exchange for a little more information about myself, this dinner won't be for nothing." "What is it that you're particularly keen on knowing?" he asks. More deflection from Mr. Mysterious, but I expect nothing less from him. Whatever it is that he's hiding, he's not going to admit it without a few riddles and a lot of wine. "I want to know what brought you here, and why," I say, tossing his own question back to him. "And no empty answers. I'm willing to be open with you if you'll be honest." He drums his fingers against his chin, squinting his eyes as he considers my offer. I almost think he's going to give me the silent treatment after 2 minutes of quiet, but he finally puts his hands on the table and speaks up. "There are things that should probably be said, but saying them is difficult without some level of commitment from you." "More riddles?" I'm hoping this is leading to something significant and not just more reasons why he can't tell me anything. "What kind of commitment?" I ask. "You want me to take a blood oath or something?" He laughs. "Nothing so extreme. I just need to know that you're not the type of person to stir up trouble just because you can." I shake my head at the mere suggestion of me acting that way. "You really think I'm a drama queen?" "The first and probably the least dramatic person you'll meet. I'm not looking for conflict. I'd be happy with a boring life, but I guess the universe had different plans. Drama comes to me, I don't create it." "Am I the drama?" he asks, leaning in with a goofy smile. "Partially, but we'll get to that once you tell me your story." He straightens up, pushing his hair back and nodding. His expression is serious now as he considers his next words. "I know you'll find this out sooner or later. Maybe you already know if you've done your research, but I have a criminal history. They had me locked up for a while, but I did my time and I'm out now with no plans of going back." I shouldn't be surprised, but I am a little scared by what he's saying. It'd be one thing if he was just my boss, but I had sex with this man. I let him into my house, and there's a chance he even got me pregnant. I thought the man I left behind in Portland was wild. Avram is even wilder. But I refuse to show the swirling anxiety in my expression. I remain calm and collected on the outside for fear of Avram turning off the tap of information. This is the most I've ever gotten out of him. It's a huge breakthrough. "So, you came to Montana. Why?" I ask. "I was already in Montana, actually. They locked me up here and I stayed here when I got out. It's home to me." "A Russian from Montana," I say with a laugh. "You're an interesting man." "I go where the opportunity takes me, and when I was younger it led me here," he replies. "And I'm glad for that. Despite what I've been through, I was able to meet you." My heart jumps into my throat, and it becomes difficult for me to breathe. Does he really find me that important? I know he's attracted to me, but this dinner and his admission is deeper than the urge to procreate. I'm not sure if I'm ready for it after what I went through with the last guy I was with. "So, now you know," he says, holding out his arms and smiling. "It's your turn." I come to my sense with a sudden jolt of suspicion. "Wait a second. You never told me what you went to jail for." The air grows tense again, and then he sighs. "All right, but you have to promise not to freak out. It was a long time ago. I'm not the same man I used to be." I nod, but my insides are eating me alive. I have to know, but at the same time, I'm terrified of what he's about to say. Chapter 14. Kimberly. "Murder in the first degree," Avram says, his voice void of any shame. "I served 25 years. "Holy crap," I whisper, unable to contain my shock any longer. I know, it can be a bit jarring. To me, it's just another day in my life, but for everyone else it's a huge surprise. That's why I don't like talking about it. People judge. His voice is soft and non-threatening, and I feel a little sorry for him. It's not right to kill someone, but having to drag around that burden even after serving his time is cruel. I guess life never really goes back to normal after something like that. There's no way to start over unless you want to hide your past and pray nobody discovers you lied to them. Considering that, I'm thankful he came clean. I don't want to be lied to either, and this isn't going to make me write him off as a person. Unless he killed someone in a way that feels unforgivable, I'm willing to give him the chance he deserves. Like, I don't want to pry, but was it just murder? I mean, why did you do something like that? Was it an accident? I ask, trying not to jump to the worst conclusions. No, he says, his lips moving like he's hiding a smile. Maybe he's just nervous. This is a big admission. I killed my rival, but he would have done the same to me. The state was originally going to charge me with racketeering, but they dropped that and just went for the murder charge. Probably better that way, or I'd still be in prison. That must have been scary. He shrugs. I knew it was coming, so I prepared for it. Just got my head right and made sure I'd have something to come back to when I got out. I couldn't save the house, though. That's how you ended up with it. He laughs, but I hear the sorrow in his voice. Not only did he lose half his life to the state, but he also lost his home. Guilt rises in my stomach, but I push it down. I'm not the one who is responsible for what he did, and the house hasn't been his for decades. Well, I'm glad you're doing all right now, I say, trying desperately to avoid bringing that guilty feeling back. Thank you, he says with a thin smile. And you? Did running off to Montana solve your problems? Back to the accusations, I see. I clear my throat, straightening up in my chair and pulling my shoulders back. I don't have problems, actually. I was just looking for a new job and I found one. It happened to coincide with my ex-boyfriend getting locked up for attacking a woman while high on meth, but that's not really the reason I left. He laughs. Oh God, your story is almost as bad as mine. Not really, I say, gritting my teeth. I'm not guilty of anything, but I do attract drama, as I mentioned earlier. A lot of it, he says, laughing with his eyes. You're the biggest drama queen of them all. The ruler of drama land. That's a bit of a stretch, so I have one crazy ex. That's not that bad. He raises an eyebrow. Want to make it two? His words have a way of striking me. The confession of murder first, and now the suggestion that he could become my ex. We're not even dating. Unless? You can't be my boyfriend and my boss, I say, crossing my arms. You need to choose. Oh, so I get to make the choice? He asks, looking amused. That's easy enough. I choose both. I roll my eyes. Okay, so you're just my boss. Got it. Boss in the streets, but boyfriend in the sheets. I don't know whether to laugh or to cry. Jesus, Avram, you're such an idiot. I thought it was funny. Now isn't really the time to make jokes, I say, trying to hide a giggle. Just tell me what you really want. What's more important to you? I already said it. I want both. Choose. I choose both. I groan. No, we can't do it like that. I'm not good at keeping secrets. I prefer things to be straightforward. You said it yourself. You don't want me stirring up drama. And something like this eventually will. Not if you keep it a secret, he replies like he didn't hear a word I just said. Another groan escapes my mouth, but I see that he's not going to give up on this game so easily. Once he's sunk his teeth into something, he doesn't let go without a fight. And I'm all out of energy tonight. Okay, I say, throwing my hands up. You win. You get both, but if things get out of hand, you're losing both. He shrugs his wide shoulders, a new warmth in his usually cold gray eyes. Fair enough. How should we celebrate? Your place? I ask, curious to know where he lives. He nods toward the door. Let's go. We don't even make it to the car before we're all over each other. His lips burn against mine, the sexual tension that's been building all week threatening to catch us both on fire before we can relieve it. The air is cold, but I don't feel it as his lips press against my neck, sucking hard and bringing blood to the surface. Makeup can only do so much to cover a hickey, but the feeling is intoxicating. I won't stop him. My hands move under his jacket, feeling the burning desire that radiates from his body. His muscles are tense, but as I run my hands up under his crisp cotton shirt, he melts between my fingers. Due to the very explicit nature of the next scene, it's only available by following the link in the description or going to BellaKingBooks.com. Your book will now continue.
Chapter 15. Avram. She's everything I've ever wanted, but that won't mean a thing until I have my money and I'm back on top. The Bratva is calling my name, and I'm ready to reclaim my position on the throne of greatness. Friday night was wonderful, though. It's still fresh in my memory, even as I drive to a meeting with the contact Bartek gave me. I've been having trouble thinking of anything else. I do have to get my mind in check, though. In prison, it was okay to daydream endlessly, and it's become a hard habit to quit since I got out. I can't daydream forever out here. The time has come to act, and distractions might as well be death sentences when you're attempting what I am. So I take a deep breath as I roll into the parking lot of a warehouse 20 miles out of town. It's pitch black tonight with no moon in sight. The only light outside is from the stars, but it's barely enough to see the ground as I get out of the car and walk toward the entrance. Typical MAFIA stuff. They can never do anything during the day. Everyone has to be nocturnal, which means I'm not coming into the office on time tomorrow like I anticipated. I knock on the thin steel door, and I can hear it echo inside the building. I use the knock that Bartek taught me, but nobody answers. Did I get it wrong? Hey, other door, I hear someone whisper from a few yards left of me. I turn, and I can just barely see someone peeking out of a door further down the side of the building. I'm just relieved there's anyone here at all. As I walk closer, I realize it's Bartek. He can't be the only one running this organization. If so, I need to get the hell out of Montana. It used to be that there was a surprising amount of money to be made in the crime industry, but if that's changed, then I'd better change my location with it. The light inside the warehouse is a dim yellow, as though they're afraid someone might see it from the outside and wander in. Why, I don't know, because this is private property. Cops never come snooping in private warehouses without a healthy amount of prior suspicion. There's a couch near the south wall, and a table with snacks and a television. It almost looks like someone is living here. Bartek, is it just you here or what? I ask, feeling a prickle of annoyance at the idea of him wasting my time. No, there's someone else who wants to see you, he replies, visibly nervous. Oh God, what have I gotten myself into? If I die, I just hope Kimberly is okay. She's the only person who would even care. Better not be a setup, I grumble to myself as Bartek motions for me to sit down on the couch. But before I can sit down and consider my options, a man who is almost a mirror image of me walks out from behind a towering wall of boxes. So it is you, he says, his voice laced with the same Russian accent as me. Damien? I ask, hardly believing it to be true. I haven't seen my brother in almost 30 years, and here he is, almost a carbon copy of me, despite us not being identical twins. Yes, your eyes aren't fooling you, he says, smirking at my reaction as he walks up to me. But I would have had the same reaction had I not been watching you all these years. It's been a long time. Damn, I reply, shaking my head. And you never said a word. I couldn't. Too risky, but once they let you out, I had my guys come looking for you. That meeting with Bartek wasn't a coincidence. I've never been this stunned before. It takes a lot to throw someone like me off balance, but Damien has done it. I don't know whether I should congratulate him or punch his lights out. You have a lot of explaining to do, I finally say, and I feel like I'm talking to myself. Sit, Damien says, following his instruction before I do. I'll explain. Care for a cigar? I nod, feeling a little sick to my stomach. I need something to take the edge off. Damien snaps his fingers at Bartek, who hurries away and comes back a second later with a box full of Cubans. He lights them for us, and then leaves. With cigars between our knuckles, Damien and I turn to each other on the couch. All I can do is look at his face and try to figure out what he's experienced in the last 30 years that I haven't. All right, so this is probably awkward for you, but I assure you it was necessary to meet like this, he begins, smoke rolling from his tongue as he speaks. I'm sure it is, somehow, but I don't like it. This doesn't seem real. He nods slowly. I understand. When they locked you up, I looked at you as an example of what not to do. But the void needed to be filled, and people listened to me because they knew I was your brother. The Bratva life came to me, and I was so down and out on my luck that I allowed it to consume me. So you finally turned, I say, feeling an odd sort of sorrow knowing that my brother couldn't avoid this lifestyle either. I thought he was the one who made the right decision when we parted ways at 16, but it turned out that neither of us could outrun our destinies. I turned and I ran down this path as far as I could. I knew you'd be out eventually, but I waited to reach out. I couldn't draw attention to myself in the position that I'm in, he explains. The boss, I hope. He chuckles. Yes, the boss, which is something I'm assuming you're going to want to be eventually. I shrug. I never stopped being the boss. But out on these streets people don't know you anymore. They've all vanished like the dust in the wind. There was a power vacuum when you were locked up, and pretty much everyone you rolled with either left went to prison too, or ended up dead. Flattering. If you think about it, I say, feeling a little better as the nicotine hits me. Damien grins. You're as cocky as you always were, but I'm the same way. Part of me only brought you here to show off. Show off what? I ask, looking around at the poorly lit warehouse. He scoffs. This isn't the main headquarters. This is just where we meet from time to time. Right. I reply with palpable sarcasm. All right, he says, an edge of annoyance to his voice. You tell me what the hell you've achieved in the past 25 years. Wait, don't answer that. I already know. It's a whole lot of nothing. It wasn't nothing, I say, blowing a ring of smoke toward him. I was making plans. For what? For how I was going to make a comeback. And I was already well into executing them when your little minion Bartek led me astray. He laughs, and I hear myself in his voice. You weren't doing anything, brother. I led you here, and I'm going to help you get back on your feet. I'm assuming you need money and a place to stay. I have both. Already taken care of, I reply with a smug look. Don't need a dime. Mooching off that woman. What's her name? He must be talking about Kimberly, but I want him far away from her. One word about her appearance, her body, her smile, or anything else, and I'm going to rip his head off. Family or not, I won't tolerate anything bad said about my woman. Kimberly is my girlfriend, and I have more than enough money to take care of her. She's not giving me anything but her time and her affection, I say, my lips tight over my cigar as I speak. Touchy subject, he says, cocking his head to the side curiously. She must be special. I shrug. We'll see. Well, Avram, if you don't need anything from me, I'm not sure what to say. I've offered you the world and you've turned it down. I shake my head. You haven't offered me anything but the basics. What I need is the crown, and if you're the one running this broke little town, then I'm probably better off elsewhere. Not so fast, he snaps. I have connections everywhere. I could set you up. Don't need the help, I grumble. He scoffs. You're a real piece of work, man. Are you still bitter about what happened when we were kids? Mom told us to stick together and you refused to do that, I reply, feeling a surge of resentment for him. We were brothers, and now look at us, arguing like we're 16 again. It's sad, and I'm not sure I have the heart to continue. You want an apology or something? He asks, waving his cigar around the air in front of him. Because you're not going to get one. I did what I thought was best, and it didn't work out. Everyone makes mistakes. Sounds like you were waiting for me to get locked up, and then you took what I had, I growl. He jumps up from the couch, throwing his cigar onto the floor and raising his fists. What do you want to do, then? Fight it out. I'm tempted to jump up and throw fists with him until I remember what Mom said. Stick together. Fighting with Damien will only drive us further apart. I sigh, standing up slowly. I'm not going to fight you, man. I just want to go home. Thanks for bringing me here, but I don't think we have any business together. Seriously? You're just going to walk away like that? Like you did before? Although his words hurt, I won't allow him to manipulate me into staying. I didn't come to Montana to reunite with my brother. I came to reclaim my title as the most notorious Bratva boss in the country, and his antics aren't going to stop me. You know what, screw you, Avram, he yells after me as I walk toward the exit. One more reason not to speak to him again. He hasn't changed, and I doubt he ever will.
Chapter 16. Kimberly. I'm still coming to terms with who I'm dating, but I'm not going to let his past get in the way of our future. It's not my place to judge someone. Avram was in prison since I was 3 years old, so it's not like I can even begin to wrap my head around what he's been through. And I doubt he's going to be willing to jump into an explanation of what it was like. He's a man of few words and a whole lot of action, and I prefer it that way. It's a lot better than the opposite, which I've seen from plenty of people. Silence has power, and running mouths tend to be void of anything meaningful to say. Though sometimes I feel that Avram's silence has nothing to do with the power games he plays. This week it feels angry and I don't know why. It's nothing I've done, but there's something hanging above him that's pressing his shoulders down and causing him to drag his feet. And then there's the silence. It's not a calm silence, it's more like a quiet rage, and I'm not sure it'd be a good idea to ask him why. But I need to get to the bottom of it. I can't have him acting like this when I reveal to him that I might be pregnant. No, period. I haven't taken a test yet, but I'm almost certain I've flown too close to the sun and melted my wax wings. Now, I'm falling to the ground and my only hope of redemption is landing in Avram's strong arms. But what if he steps away, allowing me to hit the ground on my own? What if he has no interest in becoming a father? Would he leave me high and dry? I'd like to think otherwise, but we've never talked about kids. He probably assumes I've been on birth control this entire time, and that means he can shift the blame to me. And I'd probably take it. I mean, I should have stopped him and I didn't. It takes 2 to get pregnant, and we both took part in this. At the very least, I can't put all the blame on him. I have to take responsibility. He's coming over today. He likes stopping by on Thursdays, so I'm going to hint at the potential pregnancy and see what he says. If he's still in a bad mood, I'm not hoping for much, but at least I'll know if he can even tolerate talking about kids. If not, I don't have high hopes for our future together. And that breaks my heart to consider. I'm cleaning like crazy to cope with it. I've already made lunch for Avram because I've figured out what he likes. For some reason, he'll always take me out to fancy places to get steak and lobster, but he secretly prefers ramen noodles. I figured out they used ramen and cigarettes as currency when he was incarcerated, so I guess it makes sense. Easier for me anyway. I can always have some noodles on hand in case he's hungry, which is often. A man his size needs to eat a lot of food to sustain himself, and I'm often amazed by how much he can put down in one sitting. I keep checking the time as I clean, unable to go more than 30 seconds before looking at my phone. Avram never texts, but he does show up around the same time every Thursday, and he's later than usual. Much later. It's starting to worry me, but I don't have his number. Damn it, why does he always have to be so secretive? I clean every piece of furniture twice while my mind goes through every possible scenario. He's been driving that car all around town, and I know for a fact he doesn't even have a license yet. I've told him to at least take some driving lessons, but he acts like he can just jump behind the wheel after 25 years and know exactly what he's doing. Never mind, he's never seen a push start of a regular sedan before. He thinks his Honda is an exotic sports car or something. It'd be cute if I wasn't so terrified of something happening to him. The police aren't my main worry, since they're fairly absent around here. I'm more afraid of him getting hurt. I'm so emotionally attached to him that it's not even funny. I've even almost said the L word to him once or twice, but I bit my tongue. Too soon, he acts like he's obsessed with me, but with his recent moodiness, I'd better not get ahead of myself. So, I pretend I'm not falling in love. I feel something, but it can't be love yet. I won't allow it. Finally, after toiling over every piece of furniture for the 3rd time, I hear a knock on my door. It's heavy and deep, just like Avram always knocks. No sense of urgency either. It's commanding, not rushed. Coming, I call, dropping the roll of paper towels onto the hallway table and rushing toward the door. I try not to act too eager, but I have butterflies in my stomach every time that I see him. The door swings open, and I gasp when I see Avram hiding behind a bundle of roses so big that I don't even know how he's going to get inside with them. "Please excuse my lateness," he purrs, forcing the roses through the doorway and handing them to me. I nearly fall back from the sudden change in weight. It's fine," I say with a nervous laugh as I stumble toward the kitchen. "These are really nice." "Thought you might like them," he says, and I can hear the smirk in his voice. Always so cocky, but that's one of the reasons he's so charming. I place the flowers on the table, their sweet floral scent expanding into the kitchen immediately. It's going to smell like heaven in here for the next few days. It eclipses the smell of ramen, which I'm thankful for. Never did like that soupy smell. "What's the occasion?" I ask, turning to him with a broad smile. He leans in the kitchen doorway, his perfect physique only thinly veiled by a fitted black t-shirt and blue jeans. Much less formal than usual, but perhaps he's realized he doesn't need to wear a suit 24 hours a day. I'm still not sure if he doesn't sleep in one when he's alone. "Every Thursday is an occasion," he says, the corners of his eyes crinkling in a warm smile. Damn, I've missed that look. It's enough to warm my entire house. "But you're in an unusually good mood," I say, squinting my eyes at him. "What's the deal?" He shrugs. "You know what, I wasn't going to talk about it, but I see you've noticed that I wasn't feeling so great this past week." "Should I have said something?" I ask, only now realizing that my silence about his mood may not have been the right move. Men are so complicated, and the ones I've dated would rather die than admit they had feelings at all. "You've done nothing wrong," Avram says, leaving the doorway and walking into the kitchen. His head nearly scrapes the ceiling. "I've been the one causing issues, and I apologize. I guess I owe you an explanation." This is shockingly mature, and I'm not sure I'm willing to believe him until he actually tells me what's been going on. "Do you want to eat first, or?" I ask, looking toward the cold pot of ramen on the stove. "It can wait," he replies, sitting down at the table and touching one of the roses. Curious, I slide into the chair perpendicular to him, not wanting to lose his face in the sea of roses if I sat across from him. I place my hands on the table and lace my fingers together, leaning forward to smell his cologne, mixed with the roses. I almost forget he has something to say. It smells so good. "So, I have other family," he begins. "It's not just me." I nod. Family wasn't something I dared ask him about. I figured if anyone was still present in his life, I would have heard about them already. There's plenty I could say about my own family, but I don't have much of a connection to them anymore. It's not worth it to bring them up unless this relationship goes somewhere serious. Avram opens his mouth to speak, but then his eyebrows come together in a frown, and he looks toward the kitchen window. A deep rumble from outside shakes the table, the sound of an engine idling in front of the house. "Who is that?" Before I can pose the question, glass shatters and the sickening pop of bullets nearly tears my eardrums open. Avram leaps over the table, tackling me to the ground as the roses explode into crimson confetti. Celebration of death. Blood rushes to my head as Avram pins me to the ground, his weight suffocating me as the shooting continues. I struggle against him, but he uses his body to cover me completely. For a moment, I imagine he's the one trying to kill me, but as the shooting stops, I realize he's saving my life. I gasp for air as he jumps off, but he's not nearly as stunned as I am. He reaches into the back of his pants, pulling out a gun and dashing to the window. I'd be running the opposite direction if I were him, but he seems not to care for his safety. Tires screech as a car flees the scene, but Avram isn't ready to let them leave. He fires blindly out the window, yelling in Russian as he empties the entire magazine into the front yard. "What the hell is going on?" I say, my voice shaking as I climb to my feet. "Someone wants me dead," he growls, flinging his empty pistol to the floor. It slides through the rose petals and disappears under the table, and I think I know who it is.
Chapter 17. Avram. I don't want to believe that my own brother would put a hit on me, but I can't imagine who else it would be. He's the only one who knows that I'm in town, other than a few people that work under me and Kimberly. None of those people have connections to drive-by shooters except for Damien. I thought I could trust him, but a lifetime of crime has twisted him into a sorry excuse for a human being. I guess Bartek was right then. A man's word means nothing out here anymore. But trying to have me killed is one thing. Bringing that violence to Kimberly's house and putting her at risk is another thing entirely. He could have killed her, and for that I'll never forgive him. Pack your bags, I growl, pointing to Kimberly as she reaches for her phone. No police. Just pack your stuff and bring it to the car. Avram, we have to call the police. That was a drive-by. Heat surges in my chest. The police are the last people we need right now. What did I just tell you? I snarl. Get your stuff and get in the car before I carry your little ass out of here without a damn thing. Her eyes widen in terror, but I'd rather her be scared of me and safe than comfortably lying in an early grave. I don't have another weapon, so we need to get the hell out of here before they come back to finish us off. Kimberly scrambles past me and goes into her bedroom. When I come out to the hallway, she's already there with a suitcase she never got around to unpacking. It's the one time that putting things off ended up being the best choice. We'll take my car, I say, opening the door and poking my head out. There's nobody outside, and we're so deep in the country that I'd be able to see someone coming from a mile away. It's safe to make a quick dash to the car, but that could easily change. Thankfully, Kimberly is a woman of urgency, and she wastes no time running to the car with her belongings. She knows how serious this is, and she trusts me. I pause for a moment to admire her before jumping into the car and slamming on the accelerator. We fly down the dismal country road toward the city, where I'm staying in an inconspicuous apartment with a gate out front. It's not going to stop someone who really wants to get in, but that's why I have a shotgun hooked up to the front door. Not hard to get weapons around here. It's the ammunition that ends up being scarce. I sense an arbitrage opportunity, but I'm more focused on getting Kimberly to safety than money. Until I realize that getting Kimberly to safety is exactly what's going to make me the most money. Because if she's not in the house, then nobody is going to stop me from tearing up the floor in the basement. And I'm going to be filthy rich in a few days. You have to stay with me for a while, I say, gripping the wheel with both hands as we approach town. It's not safe at your house anymore. They know where you live. Who knows where I live? She asks, her eyes wide with fright. You have to tell me, Avram. What are you mixed up in this time? I'm offended that she immediately assumes this is my fault, that since I'm a felon I'm incapable of being innocent. But she's also right. This isn't about her. It's about me, and I owe her an explanation. I was telling you about my family. I have a brother, I say, looking down the road. He lives here, actually. With you? She asks, still trying to make sense of what I'm saying. No, in Montana. I can't say for sure, but I think he's the one trying to kill me, I explain. It doesn't sound right when I say it, but I don't know who else would be after me. I can't stand the idea of my brother wanting me dead. We were supposed to stick together. But I left him. Just like the first time. Maybe he's had enough of me this time around. Your brother wants you dead. Why? She asks. I shake my head. I don't really know. We parted ways when we were 16, and that's the way it's been ever since. When I got out of jail, we talked a bit, but I realized we weren't on the same page, so I cut him off. Now, I don't know. Maybe he hates me. Seems a bit extreme. She doubts me, and I understand why. She thinks I'm hiding the truth, but there's only so much I can tell her before she turns on me like Damien has. It's safer to keep her in the dark, feeding her half-truths until I can figure out how loyal she really is. I sigh as we pull into my apartment complex. Damien and I went different ways when we were younger, but we ended up mixed up in the same lifestyle. The trouble is, he's still involved in the Bratva. Are you? She asks me point blank, catching me off guard. Am I? I ask back, trying to figure that out myself. Technically, I haven't gotten involved yet. I'm still trying to find my footing in the modern world, but my plan is to get back into it. I guess that makes me a criminal. And if I have to be one to survive, then so be it. and if I have to lie to Kimberly to keep her, so be it. Avram, I don't know who you are. I want to know, but you're always so secretive about it, she says, placing her hand on my arm as I park the car. Tell me the truth. You think I've been dishonest with you? I ask, knowing in my heart that I have. I'm guilty and it's eating me up inside, but I can't let her know the full truth. She'd leave me, and I'd stalk her until I ended up in prison again. I'm not letting her go. I just want to know more. Like, why does your brother want to kill you? And are you involved with the Bratva? She asks. The questions are simple enough, but they're infuriatingly difficult to answer. I get out of the car, opening her door for her in a bid to buy myself time. Let's go up to my apartment and talk. It's not safe out here, I say as I grab her suitcase. She walks ahead of me, eager to get to my unit as I purposely drag my feet to buy myself more time. I can't tell a complete lie, but it's harder to come up with a compelling story when I don't know the full truth myself. Framing Damien as the villain seems like a bad move. What if he has nothing to do with this? Wait a second, I say as we arrive outside my apartment unit. I lurch toward the door, eager to stop her before she gets blown to pieces by the shotgun on the other side. I just need to key in the code, extra security. She gives me a questioning look, but remains silent as I punch in the code beside the door. It beeps and turns green, deactivating the trigger that would blast my head off if I opened it without thinking. Even with the key, you're dead if you don't know the passcode. Lockpicks and thieves get shredded. I have no mercy for people out to get me. Just, ignore the gun, I say as I step inside. The what? She asks, but I've already grabbed it and swiveled it away from the door. It's set up on a metal stand with wires running down the side like an explosive lamp. What is that? She asks, jumping back when she realizes I'm handling a weapon. Science project, I say with a grin. I close the door and swivel the shotgun back to it. Anyone who opens the door without putting in the code is going to have a blast. She rolls her eyes. Yeah, killing people is really funny, Avram. I shrug. Better to kill than be killed. I'd rather do neither. Well, darling, you don't have a choice in the matter, I say, motioning toward the couch in the living room. Be seated. She eyes the shotgun suspiciously as she sits down. Aren't you worried you're going to forget the code one day and blow your own head off? Wouldn't be the worst way to go, I mumble. It wouldn't. How about I take the gun and shoot you right now then? How would you like that? She asks, gripping the armrest of the couch like she's trying to rip it off. I chuckle, sitting down next to her and placing my hand on her thigh. You shouldn't be angry at me. Be mad at the person who tried to kill us. Which is? She asks, her eyes wide and expectant. Could be my brother, or could be someone else. I don't really know, I reply honestly. Sucks to admit, but that's the truth, darling. She's clearly not satisfied with my answer, but she bites her tongue. Fear makes me angry, in my experience, so it's best to let her calm down before I get into any details. She wouldn't listen, anyway, and it's more likely to freak her out further. Let me get you some water, I say, springing up from the couch. I'm eager for an excuse to leave her and collect myself, and I suspect she'd be happier if I wasn't sitting right beside her. She views me as the man who brought her trouble when she was only minding her own business. And the sad thing is, she's right. I fill up a glass with water from the filter, paying little attention until it overflows and splatters across the granite countertop and floor. Damn it, I mutter, pulling the glass away and wiping the bottom with a paper towel. I've never been this out of my element before. It's just as easy for me to blame Kimberly as it is for her to blame me. But if we're both mad at each other, this relationship isn't going to last much longer. I came with the roses to make up with her, not to drive a wedge further between us. I have to get in touch with Damien, I say as I carry the water into the living room. Kimberly is still on the couch, her arms crossed, and her eyes fixed on the shotgun contraption. I think it's clever, but she wouldn't realize the effort I put into it. Death is all she can see. You're going to call your brother after he tried to kill us? She asks. Won't that just encourage him? Shouldn't we disappear and pretend like he succeeded in what he was trying to do? I just want to ask if he knows anything about this, I reply, handing her the glass. You trust him, to be honest? Too many questions and not enough answers. I thought I knew Damien, but seeing how he got involved in the Bratva after swearing he wanted nothing to do with it makes me feel like I don't know who he is anymore. I can't trust him, even though I want to so badly. Maybe I shouldn't have left him in such a hurry. Maybe I'm the one in the wrong. I don't know who to trust, except for you, I say, giving Kimberly a weak smile. It's all I can muster at this point. She tries to look angry, but her expression melts into sympathy. At least we're both on the same side. I haven't tried to kill you or even call the police. I'm trying my best to work with the way you want to do things. And you have no idea how grateful I am that you're here, I say, sitting down beside her again. My hand finds her thigh, and she shifts closer to me. Her warmth gives me hope that we can find a way through this together. You're going to stay here for a few days. No work, no phone calls, but I do have a TV you can use, I say softly. And I promise I'll figure this out and put an end to it. Her body stiffens, and I'm worried that she won't be okay with my terms. I won't take long. It's just a few days, I say quickly. She shakes her head. That's not what bothers me, Avram. I just want you to be safe. I don't want you to end up back in jail over this, or dead. Nobody has ever cared where I ended up, and the fact that she's telling me all this now, even after I almost got her killed, is making my heart melt. It's a painful feeling, one that I want to push away and deny, but that wouldn't help anything. I need Kimberly in my life, and I'm going to do everything in my power to keep her. Thank you, I reply softly, squeezing her thigh. You don't know how much that means to me. She smiles, and it lights up my whole world. Right here and now, I know that I have to make this right. I can't ruin this for us, and I can't allow her to ever be in danger again. She deserves better, so it's time for me to reclaim my throne. But first, I have a basement to dig up.
Chapter 18. Kimberly. No phone to call Avram with, no way to go get myself a pregnancy test, and a shotgun pointed at the front door that's going to kill the next person who tries to open it. I try not to think of everything that can go wrong in this scenario, but my mind is racing without Avram. He said he left to take care of business, but I don't even know what that means. He didn't say. I just pray he doesn't end up dead. I hold my belly as I pace around his apartment. It's nicer than I thought it would be, considering he drives the same car I do, but I suspect he tries to hide his wealth. I know he's rich because he bought the company I work for. At least my child won't have a broke father. He might end up in prison, but at least we won't have to worry about the bills being paid. Oh God, that's such a horrible thing to think. I'd trade all the money in the world to have Avram in my arms every night. I can't stand to think of our child growing up without a father. I was going to tell Avram about the baby, but now I'm not sure. I don't want to stress him out further, but I also feel like he deserves to know. Maybe he'd keep me safer. Maybe he'd never have left to do God knows what in the first place. But it's too late. Just like it's too late to prevent the pregnancy from happening. Just like it's too late to stop the shooting. And just like it's too late not to fall in love with Avram. I grit my teeth, doing another round through the living room and eyeing the shotgun like it's going to swivel around to shoot me at any moment. That thing can only bring suffering. I don't see how he can stand to have it pointed at his door like this is some kind of game. Is he sick in the head? I know he's not supposed to have a gun. He's a felon. That's a crime. I groan. I should have known he wouldn't give up that lifestyle. He got out of prison after 25 years, and he just went right back to it. What does that say about him? And what does it say about me? That I'm in love with a criminal? I'm forced to come to terms with my current reality during my hours alone, and it's not an easy task. I have plenty of time, but my mind and body are drained by the time I hear the gate open outside. It had better be Avram, but I won't know until he's punching in the code on the front door. My stomach twists up in knots as I listen for his footsteps down the hall. He has a particular way of walking, heavy with a slight favor to one foot, and I'll know it's him as soon as the elevator comes up. I put my hand over my belly. I should just keep it like this and hint at my pregnancy, but what difference would that make? If I want him to know, I should take the direct route and tell him. Or maybe not. Or maybe. A small chime by the door tells me that someone has punched in the right code. If it were wrong, I'd have heard the explosive blast of shotgun. Idiot. He could kill himself by accident, and he doesn't even seem bothered by it. Maybe he wants to die. I hope I wasn't gone too long, Avram says as he opens the door. I brought some groceries, maybe something you'd like. This would be exciting if I wasn't so terrified. Avram comes inside with a dozen bags of groceries in one hand, hobbling over to the kitchen with them. The veins in his forearms are massive, and for a moment I forget what I'm so scared of. I have a beast on my side, the most powerful man I've ever met, and he's obsessed with me. But guns beat brawn in the end, and it wouldn't take much to kill us both. I can't allow myself to get too comfortable. This isn't a cute sleepover. This is a ticking time bomb. I got cereal. Nothing too sweet, but you're already sweet enough, he says from the kitchen. I wander in with my hand over my belly. I'm not even trying to signal anything to him, but my instinct takes over. I know I'm pregnant and it's impossible to hide it. It's only a matter of time before he finds out. Orange juice, apple juice, and lemonade. Wasn't really sure which one you'd drink, so I got all of them, he says before looking over at me. I stand awkwardly in the doorway, my hand still on my belly as his eyes wander over my body. He frowns. Everything all right? It's fine, I reply, wondering if I should tell him what he should be able to figure out on his own. I'll give him a moment. He's probably not expecting this. You're pregnant? He asks, looking at my belly like he's never seen one before. That was quicker than I expected, and much more direct, but now there's no avoiding it. I nod, biting my lip as I try not to cry. Emotion bubbles up inside me, hot and confusing, and I wish I could stop myself from crying, but I can't. Tears roll down my face, and I laugh, shaking my head as Avram rushes toward me with a panicked expression. It's fine. I'm fine. I don't know why I'm crying, I gush as he kneels in front of me and grabs my hands. Kimberly. He looks into my eyes, deep concern showing in the way his eyebrows arch back. The timing might be difficult, but understand that I'm overjoyed to share this experience with you. I bite my lip harder as more tears come to my eyes. I really don't know why I'm crying. I'm usually not like this. Darling, don't ever apologize, he replies softly, wiping my tears with the back of his hand. You are amazing and so very special to me. We're going to get through this together. I promise. I swallow hard, but the lump that's formed in my throat refuses to budge. Avram kisses my stomach, looking up at me with nothing but respect and affection in his eyes. His reaction isn't just surprising to me. I'm stunned by it. Since when did my filthy boss become such a gentleman? I like it, but it's almost a little worrying. He stands up, holding my hands again and smiling down at me. We're going to get through this, Kimberly. I know. I whisper. So I need you not to freak out when I tell you what I've been doing all day, he says, his voice suddenly tightening. It's, not something I've talked about before. Oh God, more surprises. But I should have guessed something like this would be coming. I've already learned that he's potentially being hunted by his brother and that he spent 25 years behind bars for murder. I shouldn't be shocked to hear what he has to say next. I still brace myself for it, praying that it won't be something unforgivable or outrageous. For once, I want this to be a good surprise, like the bundle of roses before everything turned sour. All I can think about, though, is the mess of petals that now litters my kitchen floor. Maybe you should sit down, Avram says, trying to steer me away from the door. No, I reply, refusing to budge. I'm fine. Whatever you're about to say, I'm ready to hear it. He nods. Okay, but understand that what I'm about to tell you stay between us. I have nobody to tell. He narrows his eyes at me, searching my face for a lie, but he can't find one. Satisfied, he lets out a sigh of acceptance. All right, let's talk about the basement in your house.
Chapter 19. Avram. I used to own that house, I say with a smile, moving over to the counter where I pour myself a glass of orange juice. I offer one to Kimberly, but she declines. But when they locked me up, they took everything I had and sold it. Crime doesn't pay, she reminds me. I laugh. Oh yes, but my crimes paid me a lot of money. More than you can imagine, darling. I'm met with a stern look. She's not nearly as enamored by material wealth as I am, but that's what I admire about her. I need someone to even me out, to force me to appreciate other sides of life, to show me what it feels like to love someone and be loved back. Well, I made enough to buy that house, but that wasn't the only place I put my money. Once the warrant was issued for the murder, I knew I didn't have much time before I was going to end up behind bars. I planned on fighting the case, of course, but since they knew it was me who pulled the trigger, I didn't think I'd be able to get away with it. Why kill anyone at all? She asks, shaking her head. I shrug. Petty stuff, really. He wanted me dead, and I wanted him dead. It was mostly about money and territory, but believe me, if I didn't kill him first, he would have gotten me. I'd rather be in prison for 25 years than serving life in a coffin. I feel like there must be another way to handle something like that, she replies, but I can see she doesn't have much hope. This is a violent life, and the only way that you can avoid violence is to be so high up that you're untouchable. I take a sip of my orange juice. It's more acidic than I remember it being. I swear fruit used to be sweeter 25 years ago. Who was he, the man you killed? Kimberly asks, cocking her head to the side. A man who went by the name Markov, I reply, experiencing a flood of memories at the utterance of his name. I haven't said it in ages. Markov was a greedy man, but in that way we were alike. It's the people most like you that you end up hating the most. At least you realize that. Well, I didn't at the time. I just shot and killed him, because I saw the opportunity. Unfortunately, the security camera also saw an opportunity to capture everything on film, and I was found guilty quite easily. I sigh, shaking my head at how foolish I was back then. And then I knew I had to hide all the wealth I had built. Kimberly frowns. She's trying to figure out what I'm talking about, but she's probably not going to come to the conclusion that I hid a chest underneath the house until I tell her. But I'm getting to that. I have to tell the whole story for any of this to make sense. All right, so after the warrants were issued and I was on the run, I knew I wasn't going to get far, so I had to hide the money locally. I managed to convert some of it to gold and throw it down a well, but the rest was cash, and I needed a better place for it. I continue. So I bought a large chest with a tight seal, dug up the ground in the basement, and buried it there where nobody would find it. Kimberly gasps. You buried it under my basement? A chuckle escapes my mouth. No, darling, I buried it under my basement, but you found your way into the house. I didn't find my way in, she replies with a scoff. I bought the house, which means by extension, the chest is technically mine. I can't hide a grin. Maybe so, but you're here, and I was already there today, digging up some buried treasure. She gasps. Oh my God, Avram, is that why you were at my house when we met? You were just using me to get to your money? I sigh. I knew she wouldn't be happy about this, but I need to convince her that my intentions have changed. I'm not trying to make her fall in love with me so that I can get the money from her house. I'm the one who has fallen in love, and it has nothing in the world to do with money. Tell me you didn't just do all of this for money, Kimberly pleads. I take a quiet sip of my juice and set it down on the counter. I'm not sure why I bought it. Too sour. I didn't, I say, my voice firm and confident. In the beginning I was checking out the house, but I wasn't expecting someone like you to be living there. You blew me away, Kimberly, and I knew I couldn't be content with just the money. I needed to have you too, to claim you. She rubs her belly and laughs. Well, you succeeded, so I hope you're happy. I'm overjoyed, I reply. Simply overjoyed. She blushes, and the soft pinkness of her cheeks, coupled with the pout of her lips, sends my heart into a tailspin. She's perfect, and she couldn't even begin to understand why. But I see it, and I need her now more than ever. I need to claim her again and again until we're both too sore to walk tomorrow. and then I'll claim her again. The silence in the room says everything. Even though I lied to her, even though I ruined her job and destroyed her basement, there's not even the slightest hint of anger from her. It's all just love, the purest kind, the type that makes bad men good and good men great. I don't know where I stand in the little red leather book of morality, but I know where I stand in Kimberly's heart. And in her bed. Due to the very explicit nature of the next scene, it's only available by following the link in the description or going to bellakingbooks.com. Your book will now continue.
Chapter 20. Kimberly. Avram lowers me to the ground gently, looking at my stomach like our baby might start crying. I laugh, but Avram doesn't find it funny. We need to be careful. Right, but to be fair, I haven't taken a pregnancy test yet. Maybe we should get one. He rubs his chin, narrowing his eyes at me. Ah, so we don't even know if you're really pregnant. 90% certain I am. That leaves 10%. Which I'm sure the test will settle, so if you'd like to go get one, I'll be waiting right here, I chirp, walking over to the couch and sitting down. Avram raises an eyebrow, looking me over for a second before picking his pants up from the floor. All right, but you'd better behave yourself while I'm gone. Don't mess with the gun. I scoff. I really wish you'd just get rid of it. He winks at me. Not a chance, darling. And with that, he leaves, returning after half an hour with a pregnancy test and a new bundle of red roses. For you, my angel, he says, setting them down on the coffee table. I can't believe how charming he is. He hasn't lost his touch, even in the midst of this horrible chaos we've been sucked up in. My heart jumps up in my chest, and I want to pounce on him and make love to him again. But I stay calm, taking the pregnancy test to the bathroom and waiting for my result. I already know what it's going to be, but we need confirmation. A few minutes later, we have that confirmation. It comes in the form of 2 red lines on a little white paper. I show it to Avram, curious to see his response to knowing without a shadow of a doubt that he's going to be a father. He takes the test from my hand, holding it up to the light like he's testing a potentially counterfeit bill. Satisfied in its authenticity, he hands it back to me and smiles. You're going to make a hell of a mother, Kimberly. I was going to say the same for you. I'm not going to be a mother, he says with a chuckle. I roll my eyes. You know what I mean? He grins. Well, it's going to be a little while before the baby is born, so we have time to get things arranged. For one, you can't live here. It's too dangerous. We have to leave Montana. My stomach drops. But I have a job here. And a house. Your safety is the most important thing. The house is nothing compared to the money I uncovered from beneath the basement floor. You don't need to work anymore, he explains calmly. But Avram, this is the modern world. A woman can't just stop working and rely on a man for everything, especially not her boyfriend. He puffs out his chest, clearly offended. Am I not capable of supporting you? I just said I have uncovered a massive fortune. You will not need to work again. It's hard not to laugh at his earnest bid to impress me, but this goes beyond money. I need stability, and a job feels solid and real. A relationship with a man I'm still getting to know is decidedly less so. But I'm not going to explain it to him like that. He'd take it personally, and I can tell he's already struggling with my first comment. Avram, baby, just consider this from my perspective. I was totally independent before we met, and then you come along, get me pregnant, and tell me I don't need to work. He nods like he's waiting for the other shoe to drop. But that was the whole point. He still doesn't get it. It's not that I don't appreciate your support, but we only just starting dating. It doesn't feel like the most stable thing yet, although I'm sure it will become that way over time, I say, choosing my words carefully. He frowns. Are you suggesting marriage? I nearly fall back on the couch in surprise. No, I'm not suggesting that, I say with a laugh. Nothing funny about it, he huffs. I will marry you. You are a suitable wife. He's talking like some kind of caveman now, but I love him for it. He's always so simple, so practical, and it's charming even if it's unneeded at times. He doesn't have to propose to me. I just need more time. I will marry you, he insists. I will shower you with wealth and buy you a house. Pick a place, and you will have a mansion there and a garden filled with roses. 1,000,000. 1,000,000,000. The back of my neck prickles with a rush of excitement. His offer is tempting, but I know it's too soon to commit to something like that. The roses, though. I've always wanted a garden like that. How about let's figure this out before we jump into the marriage thing, I suggest, leaving the door wide open for him in the future. I've never even considered marriage up until this point, but when I look into Avram's eyes, I see my future in them. I see the father of not just this child, but all of my children. And I see the man who is going to protect and provide for me no matter what. I will do anything for you, Avram insists, getting down on one knee. I will destroy anyone who stands in your way. I will make sure you never have to worry about money again. Very compelling, I reply with a nervous laugh. But like I said, I think we should take things one step at a time. I'm willing to move away with you, but if I feel like I'm trapped as a mother, I'm getting a job. He jumps to his feet, taking my hands and kissing them both. You are my queen, Kimberly. Whatever you need, you will have. I look into his eyes and see an honest man looking into my soul. He's telling the truth, and even though it's scary to leave Montana, I think it's for the best. I have to trust him.
Chapter 21. Avram. I could have sworn I counted the money right when I put it in the chest, but I must have missed a few stacks of bills because the amount is double what I thought I put in. Maybe the numbers blurred in my head over the years. My estimate was low, and I've now ended up with over $4 million in crisp $100 bills. The amount is staggering, but even more so is the fact that I'm going to be a father. I never thought the day would come, though I dreamed of it sometimes. All those lonely nights in a cell finally came to an end, and my life has unfolded to reveal the most incredible new reality. But then there's the issue of my brother. I can't stop thinking about Damien's potential involvement in all this, but I haven't had time to find him and demand answers. I need to rebuild my empire with the money and the mother of my child. Circles only stick around if you appreciate them, and I'm not about to let all this slip away because of a family feud. It would be a grave disservice to myself and to Kimberly. So Damien can wait. I'll have the opportunity to confront him in the future. Right now, Kimberly's safety is all that matters. We're headed down to Nevada, where the weather is warm and the opportunities are endless. I hear the Las Vegas crime scene is crowded, but just outside the big city, there are plenty of opportunities for a wealthy Bratva boss like me to carve out his niche. Since we're dealing in cash, we're going to have to stay in a hotel for a few days before I can find a seller who is willing to hand over property for cash. I explained to Kimberly as we barrel down a lonely road just after midnight. The stars are shining like glitter, and the moon is big and bright. The world feels wide open to me, but I know Kimberly doesn't feel the same. She sees her walls closing in, but I'm here to prove to her that it's really the opposite. She sighs, pulling her legs up onto the seat and hugging her knees. I hope it's not some kind of trap house. I laugh. No, darling, it'll be somewhere nice. Gated community. She frowns, looking over at me suspiciously. Just how much money did you take from my basement? Enough, I reply, unwilling to reveal the numbers. Knowing her, she'd be counting every dollar to make sure we have enough, but that's not the way things work in the Bratva. Money comes and money goes. You can't get too stingy or you'll end up with a clogged pipeline. No money out means no money in. You should be a little more open if you intend to marry me, Kimberly says. Well, when we're married, perhaps I will, I counter. She squints at me, pushing a strand of blonde hair behind her ear. You're on thin ice, Avram. Well, that's no good. I hear it's pretty hot in Nevada. She's not laughing at my jokes, but that's all right. They're more for myself than anyone else. I need to take my mind off the gravity of our situation. It's not the danger that I'm concerned about, nor is it building back my Bratva kingdom. It's Damien. I just don't understand how he could betray me like this. Speeding down the dark road at night, my mind is caught up in memories of our brief past together. We were together a lot as kids, but when we came to the United States, our connection was severed so hard and so fast that I believed I'd never see him again. And I was right, up until he inserted himself in my life again. He claimed to have been watching me this entire time, but why? Does he actually care about me, or does he see me as a threat to his lifestyle? I wasn't willing to accept favors from him or start anew under his command. Does that make me the villain? Is that all it took to tear us apart again? It's confusing and frustrating, but I try to hide that from Kimberly. I don't want her stressing out more than she already is. Her pregnancy is delicate, and I don't want to hurt her or the baby with unnecessary worry. Kimberly relaxes a little as the night wears on. It's not easy for her to keep her eyes open after a few hours on the empty road, and she's fully surrendered to the dream world by the time we cross the border into Idaho. The silence gives me time to think. This hasn't been easy, but it's going to be a lot better now that we have the money. The black and white tile floor in the basement was surprisingly easy to remove, and once that was up, the ground was soft from years of water damage. In all honesty, that's probably why Kimberly got the house for so cheap. The foundation is soft, and I wouldn't be surprised if the entire house needed to be rebuilt in a couple of years. But that's largely irrelevant now that we're moving to Nevada. Kimberly isn't keen on leaving everything she has behind, but it's not like she's been in Montana for very long. It's not about the house or the job. It's the stability that she craves, something I won't be able to provide until I get my Bratva kingdom rebuilt. And I find out who is trying to kill me. But like the rising smoke from the barrel of a .45, the devil behind the shooting isn't far away. I get a call on my phone as I drive, and I answer it, curious who has managed to obtain my number. Avram, the distinct voice of Damien growls through the phone. I look toward Kimberly, who is snoozing peacefully through the white noise of the road beneath us. I'll have to keep my voice down not to wake her. You sound upset, I whisper. But maybe that's just because I'm alive. What are you talking about? He asks, sounding genuinely confused. I'm worried about you, brother. I have eyes everywhere, and one of my guys told me that Kimberly's house got shot up earlier today. Thought you were responsible for that, I grumble, unwilling to believe his innocence just yet. Are you nuts? Why would I try to kill your girlfriend? I'm not some kind of lunatic, man. I know you don't like me, but I'm not going to ruin your life over it. I figured you just needed some time to calm down, and then we'd talk again. Too late, I suppose, I reply, looking down the dark road ahead. We've already left Montana, and I don't plan on coming back. You've got me mixed up, Avram. I didn't shoot up your girl's house. I'm trying to help you, and you're blaming me for something dumb like a drive-by. I'll find out who did that if it makes you happy. It's more to clear your name than make me happy. Nobody knows anything about me except for you. I was followed to Kimberly's house, and someone tried to kill us both, I say, struggling to keep my voice down as my anger rises. I have no reason to do something like that, and after I found you and offered to help you, I'm not sure why you'd assume so. Look, I know we have some unsettled business between us, but I'd like to drop the games and speak to you about this in person. Just come back to Montana, and we'll talk. I glance at Kimberly. I can't do that, I reply to him. This isn't just about me. It's about the girl. I get it. You can bring her too. I sigh. Too dangerous, Damien. She's pregnant. There's a long silence on the line, almost like he's hung up on me, but he eventually speaks. Wow, you're not wasting any time there, Avram. I smile a bit, despite my frustration. The universe had its plans for us, I suppose. Well, I'm not judging you for it, man. I just want to make sure you're running from Montana for the right reasons. I scoff. I'm not running. Driving. I'm recalibrating. You have your business in Montana, and I'm going to make my own elsewhere. That way, we don't interfere with each other's business. Fair enough, he replies. But I did say I would help you. I don't need help. Nothing at all. I'm starting to understand why he's so keen on helping me. It's not about trying to make me feel smaller than he is. He still holds guilt in his heart over the way we parted ways, and this is his way of saying sorry. Well, if you have any connections in Arizona, I'd like to know about them. That'll help me get started up again, I say. But I don't want to hear anything from you until you find someone to pin the shooting on. He laughs. I don't have to pin the shooting on anyone. I'll have Bartek look around for the guy responsible, and then I'll hook you up with some guys I have down south. They might be able to help you get started. Thanks, I reply, trying not to sound too grateful. I don't want him thinking we're on good terms just yet. I need answers, and unless he provides them, I'm keeping my distance from him. Oh, one more thing, I say, switching the phone to my other hand. How'd you get this phone number? Pick a different carrier if you're trying to hide. I have access to every database in Montana, he replies. Ah, so you really have the whole state on lock, I say, feeling impressed. Pretty much, but there's always more to do. You have to stay on top of things if you want to keep your head intact. Things move faster than they used to. Yeah, I'm discovering that. So, we're good. I'll call you when I have any information about the shooter. All right, I reply, hanging up the phone before I'm tempted to apologize for making assumptions. Right now, I doubt he's responsible for the shooting, but until we find out who is, I'm not taking Kimberly anywhere near Montana. Somebody wants me dead, and I'm not letting her raise our child alone.
Chapter 22. Kimberly. The day Avram closes on the house in Nevada is the day I realize that he has a lot more money than he's letting on. It's a 3-story mansion on the outskirts of town, with a little pool in the back, and a garden full of herbs and flowers. He keeps promising to plant roses for me in the spring, but I'm already satisfied how it is right now. It's more than I ever dreamed of having, and the fact that he's put my name on the lease with his isn't just endearing. It's downright sexy. I'm starting to forget about my boring life in Montana, and I'm embracing this new future together with Avram. Even if he won't say much about the shooting, preferring to act like it never happened, rather than admit that we could still be in danger, I know he has my best interest at heart. He chose this house because of the towering iron gate wrapped around the property and the thickness of the marble walls. It would take an army to breach this place, and a skilled sniper to get even a single shot off from the main road. We're safe, so far as I'm concerned. But we can't stay on this land forever. For one, I'd lose my mind if I never got to go into town again. I don't mind walking outside and picking flowers to put on the dining table with dinner, but I need to see other people. I need a life outside of these walls. For now, I don't complain. It's difficult to find fault in the way that Avram is treating me, so I accept my current circumstances as necessary. I can think of a lot worse places to stay until we figure things out, and raising a child in a house like this is a dream come true. I've invited Damien over, Avram says, adjusting a few books on the shelf as I recline in a green velvet chair in the lounge. He finds little unnecessary things to fix a lot now that he's quit smoking. I miss the smell, but we both agreed it's better for the baby. Damien? I ask, shooting up from my chair. Didn't he try to kill us? My brother proved that to be false, he replies calmly. We talked over the phone this morning. He's coming over with the full evidence, and we're having him for dinner. That's Sutton, I reply, my stomach twisting up in a knot at the idea of having someone so dangerous at the house. It feels like we're inviting trouble in. Damien wants to talk business, and I suspect there's some making up we have to do, Avram explains, his eyes meeting mine with an empathetic glow. Don't worry about any danger. I'll have him searched and cleared before he can even step onto the property. My sigh of relief is small. I'm still not ready to believe that Damien isn't the bad guy. Avram seemed so sure he was behind the shooting, and I accepted that possibility as a fact. I actually feel less comfortable now that I don't know who it was again. I sit back down in my chair, running my finger over the armrest. Are you sure this is safe? We're armed, he's not. If anyone isn't safe, it's him. When he puts it that way, it seems so painfully simple, but it still doesn't ease the anxiety that's burning in my stomach. I take a deep breath, trying to calm myself down. Everything is going to get worked out in the end. He's already promised me that. I hope he's not as messy of an eater as you are, I say, trying to bring some humor into this conversation for my own sake. Usually it's Avram that's doing the joking. We're basically twins, so he's probably just as bad, Avram replies with a grin. Think you can handle 2 of me? An absolutely filthy thought runs through my mind, but I keep it to myself. I'm sure it'll be an adventure, but I'm up for it, I reply. Great, so I'll get everything set up. You don't have to do anything. I want you to relax today, he says, looking at my belly. Come on, I say, shaking my head at his proposal. You really think I'm incapable of moving around? I'm hardly even pregnant. That baby is just a speck of cells at this point. You've been under a lot of stress, he says, adjusting one final book on the shelf and coming toward me. You need to relax. He circles around the chair and places his hands on my shoulders. The warmth from his skin seeps through the thin layer of silk covering my shoulders, and I melt in the chair like a popsicle in the sun. It's impossible to worry when he touches me like this. I feel like I'm floating on a cloud of ecstasy. Good girl, just take it easy, he purrs, working his thumbs into my shoulders. Release that tension. I roll my head back, looking up at him as he massages me. A smile dances across my lips. How did I ever get so lucky? If you're enjoying this book, please consider liking and subscribing. Thank you.
Chapter 23. Avram. I wish I could spend the rest of the night eating Kimberly's sweet mound, but Damien is coming over and I need to prepare things for him. After a second and third round in the lounge, I leave Kimberly alone to get ready while I prepare dinner. All she has to do is look pretty and smile when he arrives. I'll do the rest. As I'm in the kitchen dicing an onion, I think about what Damien told me over the phone this morning about the shooter. Someone you know. That's what he said, but how could it be someone I know when I don't know anyone at all? He has proof that it wasn't him, at least because the shells found at the scene belonged to a type of gun they don't sell ammunition for in Montana. In fact, it's banned, so there's no point in carrying one when you could just as easily carry a different firearm legally. So, it's someone from out of state, but who would that be? I haven't been outside of Montana until a few days ago, unless we dial back time 25 years. Would someone really wait that long to hunt me down and make an attempt on my life? Damien seems to believe so, and he's going to explain everything to me when he's over for dinner, because if he doesn't, I'm kicking his sorry ass to the curb. I hope he's able to convince me that everything he says is true and it's not some kind of elaborate hoax. I've had plenty of time to consider the way that I walked out on my brother, and ultimately I've come to the conclusion that it wasn't the right thing to do. Mom told us to stick together, and he made a genuine effort to follow through with that. I'm the one who pushed him away. I curse myself under my breath as tears well up in my eyes. I toss the half-diced onion to the side and work on the other vegetables. Damien never liked onions anyway. I wipe the tears from my eyes with the back of my hand, shaking my head at myself. This girl is making me soft. Kimberly. I almost died when she told me she was pregnant, and now I can barely hold back tears at the thought of making up with my brother. No, it's just the onions. They're right beside me, too close. I move away from them, washing my face in the large stainless steel sink next to the fridge. The cold water feels good against my hot skin, and I probably needed to wash Kimberly's juices off my beard anyway. That would have been an awkward conversation with Damien. It makes me wonder if he has a girlfriend, or if he really is just a single man on the rise to the top. I'm proud of what he's achieved in Montana since I was locked away. He's kept the family name intact, and that's no easy task. Meanwhile, what have I done? Dug up buried treasure in an attempt to restart my Bratva and gain a foothold in the modern world. To anyone on the outside, it sounds like a pipe dream, but it's real, and Damien is the only man who will understand it. For that alone, he's valuable. But even if he wasn't worth a single flake of gold to me, he's my brother, and in the Bratva, family comes first. Maybe that's why I didn't fully succeed the first time, and maybe that's how things are going to be different this time around. I smile to myself at the realization that I have the best time coming together that I could ever want. Damien, Kimberly, and my future child. When the time comes for the table to be set and the towering iron gates to be opened to Damien, I find myself pacing around the house, unable to concentrate on anything. I'm nervous like I've never been before, sweating for no reason as my stomach does somersaults. I stand by the front door as the black SUV carrying Damien rolls down the basalt driveway outside. Kimberly is right next to me, squeezing my hand and being the strength and support I didn't know I needed. "Oh my God, he looks exactly like you," she says, her eyes lighting up when she sees Damien step out of the car. I chuckle. This better not be a moment of jealousy for me. If Damien even looks at her the wrong way, I'm jumping over the table and going for his throat. "He's your twin." "Jesus, Avram, I didn't know you were twins," she gushes. My face burns, but I turn to hide it. We aren't twins, and we don't look that much alike. "No, of course not. You're far more handsome," she assures me with a pat on my arm. Some of the tension leaves my shoulders, and I open the door for Damien as he walks up to it. He smiles like we were never on bad terms, opening his arms to me and going for a hug. If I get shanked, I'm never going to forgive him. But there aren't any hidden blades in his coat, no secret knives to spring out and spill my blood across the doorway. It's just a hug. Maybe I'm still traumatized from the 25 years in prison. "I'm really glad to see you," Damien says with a warm smile. I feel like this is an act to put Kimberly at ease, but I appreciate it. She was so worried about him coming over, perhaps more than I was. "It's good to see you too. The table is already set, if you'd like something to eat." "I wouldn't mind." I take him to the dining room with Kimberly. She's staring at him like she can't believe he looks so much like me, like she's about to have dinner with my clone. It's a bit funny now that I'm past the jealousy. She's just so baffled by it. "Surprised you didn't bring a date," I say, testing Damien as he sits down across from me. Kimberly hurries away to get the food. We haven't hired help around the house yet, but that's coming. I don't want her lifting a finger once her pregnancy begins to show. Even now, I feel a bit guilty, but she insists on helping. Damien smooths down his short beard. I assumed this was purely a business meeting. "Or you couldn't get a date," I suggest with a laugh. He smiles, shaking his head. "I could have brought half a dozen dates if I wanted, but we're here to talk about a cold-blooded killer. Women don't like hearing about that sort of thing." I shrug. Some of them are awfully obsessed with serial killers. Well, this guy isn't exactly serial. He's more interested in you than anyone else. I'm actually surprised he didn't try to have someone put a hit on you in prison, but maybe he didn't want it traced back to him. People tend to run their mouths for a chance at a lighter sentence. He's right. The criminal code of conduct vanishes the second someone is looking down the barrel of a life sentence. I've seen dozens of inmates fold when offered reduced sentences or pardons. "So, someone with something to lose," I reply, leaning across the table toward Damien. "Sounds familiar." He laughs. "Oh, brother, you're so suspicious of me, but that's all right. I hope I can make things up to you with what I'm about to say. All of this, all the violence and danger, you brought on yourself, but I'm helping you get rid of it. That's my way of saying I'm sorry." I settle back into my seat, folding my arms across my chest and waiting for his explanation. "All right, I see you're not going to let up until I tell you what I know. I feel like this should be obvious, but you were, what, 20 when you went to jail?" I nod. "Young and dumb. Dumb enough not to cover your bases, perhaps, but your impact on the Bratva was nothing less than brilliant," he says with palpable admiration. I entertain a brief smile before lacing my fingers together on the bone-white tablecloth. "So, who is the fool who thinks they can go against me and survive?" It wasn't hard to find him, honestly, so I don't think he's that clever. Just angry at you. And that's enough to make him act recklessly. Damien begins. "A man named Leo. Does that ring a bell?" I think for a moment. "It's a Russian name, but there's nobody I know who goes by Leo. I'm drawing a blank." I shake my head. "No, are you sure this is someone I should know?" "No, I suppose not, since he's kept himself off the radar his entire life until now. You may have heard about his brother, though, Markov." My entire body freezes, and I suddenly realize that my past really has come back to haunt me. The prison sentence that stole half my life wasn't enough. Markov, the man I killed in cold blood, has a brother named Leo, and Leo is out to make sure I don't get a second chance at life. "Damn," I mutter, shaking my head. "Some things should be left alone." "It's a long grudge to hold, but if someone were to do the same to me, would you not feel the same?" he asks. "They'd be doing me a favor," I reply with a grin. Damien laughs. "I always knew you were a piece of garbage." No more wicked than you are, you opportunistic rat. We share a laugh as Kimberly enters the room with a platter piled high with various dishes. She sets it down in front of us, looking relieved that we're getting along, and nod at each other's throats with steak knives. We refrain from continuing the conversation until she sits down beside me, politely clasping her hands together as she waits for us to begin eating. Damien is too polite to start, so I dig in first. Everyone follows.
Chapter 24. Kimberly. What I've learned so far is that a man named Leo, the brother of the man Avram killed 25 years ago, Markov, is out to get revenge. It's simple enough, but I suspect that the danger involved is dramatically more than Avram and Damien are willing to let on. They downplay it at dinner, and they downplay it again as Avram invites Damien to stay with us for the week, and then again as they build a private army to patrol the premises and make sure nobody gets through the iron gate that surrounds our little paradise. I feel like something is coming, a great war that will shed more blood than a single drive-by could ever hope for. Danger is on the horizon, and I feel like a squirrel scurrying around the woods collecting nuts as a forest fire blows in from the east. But Avram is calm. He's serious, but there's not a hint of worry or anxiety in his eyes. Damien is the same way, sipping on cocktails in the lounge and reading books half the time he's here, like this is a prolonged vacation instead of a preparation for battle. Avram won't even talk about what the plan is. I've begged him to say, but he keeps claiming they haven't finished with it, so he can't tell me. Frustrating. Am I not part of the Bratva yet? Is this because I haven't agreed to marry him? I sleep close to him at night, feeling the warmth radiating from his powerful body and finding comfort in it, but it's temporary. The moment he opens his eyes in the morning, he springs out of bed like it's on fire, showering and leaving the room with barely a word or a kiss. Finally, after 2 weeks of this behavior and no explanation from either of the Bratva brothers, I've had enough. I find them in the lounge one afternoon, drinking mojitos while huddling over a map of the United States, and I stand in the doorway until one of them notices me. It takes 10 whole minutes. Avram jumps when he sees me, placing a hand over his heart. "Darling, you surprised me." I narrow my eyes at him as Damien peels his eyes from the map. "What are you two doing?" "Making plans," Avram replies with a thin smile. "And you? Is there something you need?" I scoff. "Maybe some answers. We can start there." Damien gives Avram an amused look, as if to suggest that Avram is the one in trouble, but my words are directed at both of them. "You two owe me an explanation," I say, waving my finger between the two of them. "What's up with the map? What are we doing, and why is this taking so long? Leo is just one person." Avram motions for me to come over, but I'm reluctant. I stand in the doorway with my arms crossed until he motions several more times before I finally give in. I shuffle over to him, and Damien steps aside to make room for me in front of the map. It's tapped to a table with colorful pins stuck in so many places that I can barely see what state they're in. "So, this is what we have on Leo so far," Avram says. "And all of these pins are places where Leo has been spotted. We're looking for a pattern so we can make a hit on him without stirring up attention. If we know the time and place he snaps his fingers, then we can take him out with a single bullet. Nice and clean." Damien winks at me. "We have to keep Avram out of jail this time around." I don't find it quite so amusing, but Damien and Avram laugh. "So, we're just tracking him down to make a hit, that's all?" I ask. "What about all the security at the house? What about the guards patrolling with machine guns every night?" Avram sighs. "Yes, the security is high, but that's because Leo is playing the same game we are. The only difference is that he's on the move and we're staying in the same place. That makes us an easy target without all the security." That makes sense, but it's also worrying. Whoever pulls the trigger first is the winner, and Damien and Avram are taking an awfully long time. "I don't doubt that you two know what you're doing," I say, although that's not entirely true, but I'd like some reassurance that we're going to be able to pull this off before the baby is born. Damien and Avram both look down at my stomach, as though trying to figure out how much time they have before I'm waddling around, yelling at them that we're almost out of time. "We've figured it out," Mostly, Damien says after a moment of hesitation. The real issue is that Leo doesn't like to travel alone. He moves with a group of at least 6 men, and that means getting a hit on him while minimizing extra casualties is going to be difficult. Why not kill them all? I ask, realizing that I sound like a psycho. Is this what the Bratva has done to me? Or is it just fear that makes me not care about other people's lives anymore? Avram puts his hand on my shoulder, giving it an empathetic squeeze. Believe me, we'd love to gun all those rats down without remorse, but our reluctance has more to do with not drawing attention to ourselves, rather than being the good guys. As you know, we're far past that point already. I still think of us as the good guys, but I don't tell him that. I don't want to be talked out of my comforting delusions. I offer Avram a weak smile as a thank you for his explanation, but I don't feel that much better after discovering that we're still trying to figure out how to kill Leo. I don't even know what he looks like, but perhaps that would make this too real for me. I can't imagine being the one to pull the trigger, so it's better to keep some distance from this whole thing. Oh, but some good news for you, Avram says, squeezing my shoulder again. The doctor is coming this afternoon for your first ultrasound. My heart leaps up into my throat. Why didn't he tell me this before? It's not like I would have done anything differently, but I'd like to be mentally prepared for something so huge. A nervous laugh escapes my tight lips. We've vetted this guy though, right? We can trust him? You can trust her, Avram assures me. Dr. Clara has been with the family for a long time. She's our cousin, actually. Oh? I ask, suddenly quite excited to meet her. Anyone who is related to these two is bound to be interesting. She might even have some stories to tell, secrets that Avram and Damien wouldn't dare talk about in front of me. I nod, playing down my excitement with a calm expression. Sounds good. Thank you. I'm actually going to go upstairs and get ready. Take a shower and all that. Avram nods along with me, but he looks a bit suspicious of my sudden change in demeanor. Yes, go get ready, and we'll work on this business with Leo. I promise we'll get this resolved soon. All good, I chirp, skipping away, and then running upstairs the moment I'm out of view. I hop into the shower, scrubbing myself down with the rose soap Avram bought for me, and rinsing the sweat out of my hair. I spend a lot of time in the attic because there aren't any windows there. Horribly paranoid of me. But the caveat is that it's hot as hell without proper air conditioning. I'm always so sweaty, but Avram doesn't seem to mind when he's between my legs at night. Every night. I think he's addicted, but so am I. After I'm all toweled off and rehydrated, I hear a doorbell downstairs. Is it Dr. Clara already? I jump off the chair in the bedroom and rush downstairs, pushing my hair back in a tight bun and smoothing the wrinkles out of my sky blue silk blouse. I don't want to look sloppy. I have the impression that Russian women take very good care of themselves, and I feel kind of... It's not because Avram hasn't showered me with beauty products and treatments, but the pregnancy really takes a lot out of me. I'm tired all the time, and in the mornings I feel sick. Maybe Dr. Clara will have some advice for me, a multivitamin I should be taking or some breath work that would help me stay calm. The only thing I've been able to do these past few weeks is reading books. Avram has a wonderful library and I've hoarded half of the books in the attic, where I've gone through them like a starved reader feasting on words. But sometimes the sentences make me nauseous, like trying to read in a moving car, and I have to put them to the side and stare at the wall until it passes. I know having a baby is nothing less than a blessing, but the pregnancy aspect is downright brutal. Avram is already at the door when I get downstairs, ushering Dr. Clara in and helping with the cart full of medical equipment. It's intimidating that all that stuff with the screens and cables are for me, but I remind myself that Dr. Clara is here to help me, not make my life harder. She's a tall woman, very thin, with violently blonde hair and a prominent nose. She's wearing a white coat that would probably be long on a shorter woman, but on her it threatens to become indecent. With nude heels on, she's almost as tall as Avram. Dr. Clara, this is Kimberly, Avram says, smiling softly as he takes my hand and pulls me into the limelight. Dr. Clara's green eyes dance over me, focusing on my belly for a moment before she smiles. Avram is lucky he's found someone who tolerates him, he says. I can see Avram rolling his eyes in my peripheral vision. This confirms that these two have a history, and there's probably more that she can tell me about how he was when he was younger. She seems like she wouldn't shy away from telling me every painful detail of his childhood. "We'd like some privacy," the doctor snaps, shooting Avram a sharp look while waving her hand for him to leave. "We'll be in the living room. Should be an hour, maybe half if there aren't any complications." Avram lets go of my hand and hurries off. Russian men always seem so scared of their female counterparts. I wonder if I can learn something from Dr. Clara. Avram isn't afraid of me at all. I follow Dr. Clara to the living room, where she has me lie on the blue couch with pillows piled behind my head. "You are a very lovely woman," she says, smiling sweetly as she unravels a few tan cables from her cart. Avram was never so great with women, always scaring them off. He was a bit of a puzzle when I first met him, but he's sweet. "He's changed," she says, nodding in approval. "That's a good sign. Men like him don't change unless they find the right woman. You two will be fine, so long as you put him in his place from time to time." I can't imagine what that would entail, but I don't question her. My first priority is making sure the baby is healthy, and then we can talk about what it's like to date a Bratva boss. "So, before we even get started with the ultrasound, is there anything you want to bring to my attention?" Dr. Clara asks, cocking her head to the side like a bird. "Anything that's changed since you found out about your pregnancy?" "Well, I feel sick all the time," I reply dryly. "Like all the time, especially in the morning, but it could be any time." "That's normal, but if it gets to be too much, there are some herbs that can help. Try peppermint and ginger tea, red raspberry leaf as well, but there's reason to stay away from it until at least the second trimester." I nod, trying to remember what she's telling me. I've always just drank iced tea, so anything else doesn't sound quite as nice, but have to leave my comfort zone for this. Being pregnant has already kicked me out of it. "Anything else? Any discomfort or trouble sleeping?" she asks, putting on a pair of white latex gloves. I shake my head. "No, everything else is fine. Maybe I'm a bit more irritable than usual." "Make Avram give you a massage. That should help," she says with an encouraging smile. "Now, I'm just going to put some jelly on your stomach, so if you'd lift your shirt, we'll get started." For some reason, I expected the ultrasound to be a lot more uncomfortable than it actually is. Dr. Clara is gentle, and being able to see the baby for the first time is exciting. She can't tell me whether it's a boy or a girl yet, but just seeing the little blob and knowing it has a heartbeat is enough to put butterflies in my stomach. "We'll just print off a few pictures so you can share them with Avram. Everything looks very healthy, and you're coming along fine." My heart is warm with renewed appreciation for the life that I have. Being able to bring another person into the world is a serious blessing, and having no obvious complications makes me breathe a little easier. As we wrap up the session, I remember that I wanted to ask Dr. Clara about Avram. I clear my throat, feeling nervous even though I shouldn't be. We're all family here. "So, you saw Avram a lot when you were younger?" She shrugs. "Occasionally, but him and Damien were troublemakers from the beginning, always up to something. I wasn't nearly as mischievous, so I stayed out of their business." "That's smart." She laughs. "Yes, but, here I am now. I know all about Damien and Avram's dealings, but I've chosen to stick around to support the family. That's what's most important, after all." "True," I say, considering her words seriously. "So it doesn't bother you, all the crime?" "You come to terms with it once you realize it's what the world is built on. Every business, every politician, and everyone with any amount of wealth is committing crimes like they're racing each other to hell." I hadn't thought about it like that, but I guess she's right. The only people you see thrown in jail for it are the people who can't afford good enough lawyers, or the ones who commit their crimes out in the open. "Don't stress too much about it," Dr. Clara says with a twinkle in her eye. "It's not good for the baby." "Right," I say, more to myself than to her as she packs up her stuff to leave. I have to enjoy myself. I'm always so uptight about everything, and Avram has given me the opportunity to live like few others can, Why would I waste it by being a grump? I can do better. If not for myself, then for the baby. I placed my hand over my belly, smiling as I realized the gift I've received.
Chapter 25. Avram. 10 o'clock, Salt Lake City, semi-automatic pistol with a red laser sight. Damien and I have solved the puzzle, and we're about to flood the streets with brass bullet casings once the sun goes down. Leo will be there. He always is. Predictable. Vulnerable. Foolish. And we're going to put so many bullets in that man that he'll have a closed casket funeral. If anyone even bothers to give him a funeral at all. Once he's dead, his goons will scatter like cockroaches, and their entire operation will cease to exist in the sunny state of Utah. I may even consider starting up a side operation there, just to fill the void and prevent anyone else from coming into power. I kiss Kimberly goodbye in the morning, but I don't tell her where I'm going. I know she'll hate me for this, but I can't stress her out more than she already is about Leo. I didn't want to say a word, but she pressured me to be honest, and I believe it was a mistake. She's too pure for the Bratva. She must be protected from it. So, I tell her only that Damien and I are going to get supplies for the hit, not that we're going to do the hit today, and we slip out of the house early in the morning in an unassuming white SUV to do the deed. It's a throwaway car, one that will be disassembled at a Bratva junkyard and never found. We're more clever than we used to be, sharper and more aware of the risks involved in killing a man. There will be people who come looking for his killer, but they won't pin it on us, because we won't leave a shred of evidence. Each second of this hit has been planned, and nothing can stop us from success. With gun in hand and Damien by my side, we set out for Utah. It's a long drive, but time is on our side. Leo won't be coming out of his private club until 10 in the morning, and by that time he'll be fuzzy and unaware of his surroundings. His guards will be drunk too, slow to react and unable to anticipate the shooting. We don't have to drive by. We're going to park and shoot, ensuring that we're able to hit the target multiple times before we have to leave. Leo will be dead, and we'll be on our way back to Nevada with a new sense of freedom. Unfinished business. That's all this is. Like a blood clot that's been threatening a heart attack for 25 years, I'm finally going to be able to spill some blood and clear my system. It's a new start. A fresh opportunity to make a name for myself. You nervous? Damien asks me 10 minutes into the drive. We're both sitting in the back seat while our driver, a man paid to forget everything he hears and sees, drives us down to Salt Lake City. Nervous? Why would I be nervous? I ask. Damien points to my gun. Because you've been flicking the safety on and off for the past 10 minutes. I put it down beside me, pulling my hands into my lap. Happy. I don't care what you do, man. Just admit you're nervous. I'm not, I grumble. Just eager. Leo's brother stole half my life from me. Debatable. That's not debatable. If he hadn't been out for my head, I wouldn't have had to kill him. It was me or him. Damien raises an eyebrow, clearly trying to get me riled up, but I resist the invitation. Anger can be a nice distraction, but I want to stay focused. We only get one chance to do this right. Any mistakes would either put us both in jail for the rest of our lives, in a grave, or at best warn Leo that we're trying to kill him. This must work perfectly the first time. I close my eyes, listening to road beneath the car. It reminds me of the heating unit in prison, rumbling away during the winter. It helped me fall asleep at night, and I used to get restless when spring rolled around because the heater wouldn't be on anymore. It was too quiet. You could hear every cough, every tug of the sheets. Meditating? Damien asks, breaking me out of my memories. I open my eyes and give him a dirty look. You don't know how to shut up, do you? He chuckles. No, man. I haven't seen you in ages, and you're always so quiet. You're allowed to talk. Maybe I have nothing to say, I reply. You do. You're just used to being quiet. Prison has changed you, but you're not there anymore. You can loosen up. We're going to get you back to your old self again. I shake my head as I fail to suppress a smile. No, I don't need to be like my old self, too reckless. I like the life I've built, Kimberly, the house, the baby. I wouldn't want to change all that, but I'll try to loosen up a bit. Damien pats my shoulder. That's right, brother. You're doing good for yourself. I wish I had a girl too, but I've been so busy I don't feel like I have time for anything but mindless hookups. I'm sure you could make time, I suggest, feeling for him since we're pretty much the same age and he's still without a wife. He's had all this time to get one, and he's done nothing with it. Curious. Women are distracting, he says, waving a hand through the air between us. I just don't have the capacity to deal with one all the time. Maybe a man, I suggest. He rolls his eyes. Come on, that's not what I'm suggesting. I have a rolling inventory through my bedroom. I just don't get caught up on anyone. Have you ever been? He shrugs. Maybe. It's my turn to put a fire under his ass. After how much he's grilled me since I got out of prison, I figure I owe him the same treatment. I know there's something in his past or someone that's bothering him. I just have to push some buttons to find out. So, some girl cheated on you or something, and you swore never to date one again, I say, picking up my gun and messing with the safety switch again. Must have been bad, but it couldn't have been that bad because you didn't end up in prison like me. Nice try, but that wasn't the case. Just a bad run, and I got tired of it. Everyone wants money, but nobody wants to deal with the other side of it. All the crime, the danger, and the work. Hearing him talk about his struggles makes me appreciate Kimberly that much more. She stuck around, even through the realization that her life would never be normal with me. I'm going to kiss her long and hard when I get home. A bad run in the past 30 years? I ask, finding immediate holes in his story when I think about it. You're telling me that you never tried dating again because of a couple of bad relationships? It was more than that, but I don't want to talk about it, he replies, looking out the window. Oh, now I know I've discovered something good. The problem is, I don't think I'm going to get any more out of him until after we put a couple of bullets through Leo's head. The thrill of the hunt is nothing compared to the high after the kill. I get the feeling that Damien will be a lot more open about his past after we've made a mess out of Leo. So, I allow the car to fall back into silence, save for the incessant click of my thumb on the safety. Back and forth. On and off, over and over until Damien tells me to cut it out again. You might be the one with the bullet in his head, he says after just 2 minutes of clicking. I chuckle. I'd still be better off than you. Grumpy about some stale hag from 10 years ago. It wasn't 10 years ago, you know what? I know what you're doing. I'm not telling you anything, he growls. I shrug. Suit yourself, but I prefer to fill the silence with something, so I'm just going to keep flicking this switch. He rolls his eyes. Okay, yeah, it was a girl. 5 years ago. I thought she was the one, but she wasn't. That's all. I gave up. No point in dating women who are just going to be wishy-washy about the future together. I'm sure there was more to it than that. Maybe I'll tell you about it once we get rid of this Leo guy. I'm so tired of people like him. I'm just tired of everyone, really, except you, obviously. You're all right. I laugh. Believe me, I know what it's like to hate everyone. I had to spend 25 years in a concrete building with a bunch of morons. It made me realize how stupid I was in my 20s to end up in a place like that. I'm sure you fit right in, he replies with a punchable grin. Not really, but you would have. Maybe you can confess to Leo's murder once all this is over. We'll take turns at being the big shot brat boss. Cute, but I'm not ready to give up my position. I'm spoiled. Spoiled and yet heartbroken. It's sad to see. He scoffs. I have as many women as I want. I just don't want to settle down. That's reasonable for a man with so many options. I already know why you're bitter about relationships, Damien. You don't need to lie to me. He sighs, leaning back in his seat and crossing his arms. The miles go by slower when we're not talking, so we delve back into conversation again soon after. Nothing too personal, but we need to catch up after all these years apart. There's so much about the new world I just don't understand, and Damien is the only man I trust to explain it all to me. The rest of the trip is quick, and at 10 before 10, we arrive in Salt Lake City to kill Leo. Chapter 26. Avram. I check the magazine for the 100th time as we idle outside the club that Leo frequents. It's broad daylight, but we're masked by the complete absence of cameras and police. Leo doesn't want them here. We already know that because every single detail of this location has been checked. We know the traffic, we know the shops and the people, and most of all, we know that the minute the clock hits 10, Leo is going to walk out of that club with booze in his blood and a fresh bullet hole in the center of his skull. "I'm moving to the front," Damien says, undoing his seatbelt and clambering forward. I remain in the back seat, window cracked in preparation for Leo's arrival. I can smell the road outside, the dust and oil on the asphalt, and it reminds me of when I killed Leo's brother. This time is different, but it's the same. The deafening pop of a pistol, the terror in his eyes right before he falls. Maybe this time, he won't have time to consider that he's dying at all. It only takes one bullet to kill a man. 5 minutes, Damien mutters, checking his watch. But sometimes he comes a minute early. Better keep an eye out. "You don't have to tell me," I reply, gripping my gun harder. This guy is the one person standing between me and burying my past for good. It's time to move on, and I'm more than ready for it. With every second that goes by, the noose of fate tightens around Leo's neck. He's unaware, completely oblivious to what's about to happen, but in just a few more minutes, his life is going to end. It makes me wonder how my own will end, how I will be reclaimed by the earth. We all have to go at some point, but the way we go always seems so important to us. In the end, it doesn't matter. None of this matters. And yet, it's always on my mind. Kimberly is the only relief I get from thinking about death. But she's not here right now. And Leo is. The side door to the club opens, and time slows down. I can practically see the light particles coming down from the sky and bouncing off Leo's sunglasses. The air blows slightly to the left. His hair moves with it. My finger squeezes the trigger, hot metal that's slick with sweat. I'm the first one to get a shot off at him, but Damien follows a fraction of a second later. It feels like hours. I know I've hit Leo, but someone else goes down with him. 3 of his guards, all jumping in different directions, splattering like paint thrown at a wall. One of them gets hit, but we're aiming for Leo. He's the target. He must die. The sound is deafening, but I was already oblivious to our surroundings before I pulled the trigger. My focus is so narrowed in on Leo that I can't see anything else. I'm partially blind and fully deaf. Gunpowder singes my nostrils as I breathe. Leo is already on the ground, but I keep shooting. I'm tempted to jump out of the car and make sure he's dead, but I can't risk showing my face. The driver starts moving before I'm finished. "Hey, not yet." The driver ignores me, speeding off down the street as Damien lets out an excited holler. "We're not." I look down at my gun, realizing it's empty. We are done, and Leo is most likely dead. But he can't be dead enough for me. I could kill him 100 times over and he wouldn't be dead enough. Not after he almost took Kimberly's life. Damien jumps into the back seat, a smile plastered across his sweaty face. "Got him good. Did you see how his boys scrambled? A bunch of roaches, I'll tell you." I try to laugh with him, but I'm numb. It really is over, and it feels so anticlimactic. I expected a weight to be lifted, but there's nothing. I feel nothing. "I just want to get back home," I mutter. Damien grabs me by the shoulder, shaking me until my head bobbles. "We did it, man. We killed that snake and everything is going to be better now. You'll see." I smile for him, but I think it's going to take a while for me to feel happy about any of this. The most important thing to me right now is getting back to Kimberly. Seeing her relief is the only thing that's going to make me feel better. I hit him in the head. "Did you see that?" "Twice, even," Damien brags. Truthfully, I don't even remember where I hit Leo, only that he went down and I couldn't stop shooting. I wanted to ensure he was dead, and I guess he is. "You hit him too. That sucker is dead. Like dead. A laugh escapes from my pursed lips, and my shoulders drop. "Yeah, I suppose he is." And that just goes to show you, don't ever mess with the Severov brothers. I never thought I'd be bonding with Damien over killing someone, but here we are. I smile and I feel my heart rise in my chest. My blood is warm again, and I feel alive. I'm not sure if this is the way Mom would have wanted us to make up, but I'll take what I can get. Now you have to tell me about this girl, I say, riding the wave of euphoria into the next important topic. He groans. I knew this was coming. Can't even wait 10 seconds after killing someone to start pestering me about women again. You're the one being mysterious about it. I just want to know. Okay, but you can't run your mouth about it. I promise, I say with a crooked grin. My ears are open, and my lips are sealed.
Chapter 27. Kimberly. My stomach drops when Avram and Damien finally walk through the front door again. They smell like gunpowder and sweat, and they're laughing with each other like they just got back from a night on the town. Except I know they weren't just playing cards and drinking. They were out to get Leo, as was made obvious when I checked the closet and realized the gun Avram had bought and kept there was missing. They think I'm some kind of clueless girl, but I'm more observant than they could possibly know. I try not to let the bitterness show on my face, but it's obvious, and Avram's face drops when he sees me. I don't want to be that kind of woman, the kind that a man has to hide things from, but I'm not going to let him get away with something so drastic without getting chewed out. Where were you? I ask through tight lips. Damien immediately makes a beeline for the stairs. Avram is frozen by the door, a guilty look on his face. It's even more obvious now what they've been up to, but at least they're not dead or in jail. I can be thankful for that, but still angry that he didn't tell me what he was doing. Maybe we should talk in the lounge, Avram says without moving. Or right here. There's a lot to say, he replies, nodding toward the doorway. Let's go. I wait for him to move, and then I follow him. The only thing I really want to do is hold him and have him kiss me deeply, but I don't want him to think that what he did was okay. I need him to know that I'm upset. Avram sits down on the green couch in the lounge, leaning back like he's trying to look relaxed. I can see from the tension in his shoulders and the scowl on his face that he's not, but he wants me to believe he is. I almost want to laugh at his act, but that would break the seriousness of my demeanor and make him think everything is fine between us. It's not. What happened? I ask, crossing my arms and staring Avram down. We killed Leo, he replies bluntly. I wasn't expecting such a direct answer, and I nearly stumble back when he says it. My heart slams in my chest and my mouth drops open. I knew they were planning to kill Leo, but I didn't think it would happen so suddenly. There were no signs that they were ready, no evidence that they were about to do this. But maybe that was the point, to catch him off guard and strike when nobody expected it. Now, I don't know whether to be impressed or angry, maybe both. I honestly don't know what to say, I whisper, more to myself than to him. You don't have to say anything, my darling. We did what needed to be done, and I didn't want to put unnecessary stress on you by talking about it. Can you imagine how much anxiety you would have had today if you knew what we left the house to do? He's right, but I don't want to admit it. I want him to believe that I'm stronger than that, but the truth is that I would have begged him to stay and puked my guts out from worry the entire time he was gone. He did me a favor, even if it wasn't what I wanted. I hope the police aren't going to show up at the house after this, I say, unwilling to let this go yet. No evidence. We made a clean getaway. I can tell you about it if you'll uncross your arms and sit down with me. He pats his lap. Right here, darling. I squint my eyes at him, but after a moment I feel drawn toward his lap. I sit down, feeling the warmth and strength beneath me, and I feel better already. He has a way of making even my worst fears evaporate when I'm close to him. He lifts his hand, stroking my hair lightly and smiling. You're so beautiful. Did you do something different with your hair? I shrug. Just a new shampoo, I reply, though I'm glad he noticed. Most guys wouldn't. That's what it is. He closes his eyes and inhales deeply. Smells like heaven. My cheeks glow from his praise. I'm a sucker for it, and he knows that, but I allow him to play his little games with me. I live for the way he makes me feel. He touches my leg, adjusting me on his lap. Once Damien leaves, we could probably have a little fun. Always thinking about that, I tease, but I'm just as guilty. I think I'm a bit of an addict at this point, but it's better to have a man who is obsessed with you and will entertain your addiction than someone who doesn't care. I just want to make love. All the time. We'll see how I feel once you tell me what you were up to today, I say, wiggling in his lap. I love the sound of your voice. It really turns me on. He chuckles. Well, that's one way to get me talking. I nod, pouting my lips. Just tell me everything, and I'll take good care of you. He lets out a long breath, and then leans back in the seat. Damien and I have been tracking Leo for a while now, as you know. He was frequenting a club in Salt Lake City, which is where we ended up this morning. You guys drove all the way to Utah? I ask, genuinely surprised. Yes, that's why I had to leave so early. We got there, and we waited for him. It was the only place we knew he would be beyond a shadow of a doubt, and sure enough, he came out around the time we thought he would. And then what happened? I ask, bracing for the chaos. We rolled down the windows and gunned him down. It was quick, and nobody saw us. So, you didn't get out of the car or anything? Are you sure there weren't any cameras? There weren't, and we didn't get out. Even if there were cameras, nobody would have seen us. The windows were tinted, and the car is untraceable. In fact, it's already been crushed at the scrap yard. Convenient, I reply suspiciously. We were prepared, as you already know. All right, well, I say, trying to think if there's anything he hasn't covered that would be cause for concern. I should trust him, but when there's so much on the line, I have to be certain for my own sanity. We're fine, he assures me, wrapping his arms around me and squeezing. You're safe, the baby is safe, and nobody is going to come here to retaliate. We'll be keeping an eye on Leo's crew as his empire crumbles, but I doubt anything will come out of this. I hope what he's telling me is right. I remember what Dr. Clara said, that I'd get used to it. I'm wondering when that will kick in. I snuggle closer to Avram, resting my head on his broad chest and listening to the gentle beat of his heart. Even though it's been a challenge to cope with the danger the Bratva brings, I wouldn't trade it for anything. I have Avram, and he's my rock. I don't need anything else. Chapter 28. Kimberly. Snow covers the ground outside, a thick white blanket that brings with it the purest silence. I step outside as the sun rises, wrapped in a heavy knitted blanket and wearing Avram's oversized slippers. The crisp air feels good against my face. This is the first night in weeks that I slept through the entire night, wrapped up like a burrito with Avram. I woke up so hot and sweaty that I had to come outside, and I'm glad I did. It smells like juniper trees and ice outside, a refreshing contrast to the warm cinnamon candles I've been burning all winter. The air is still and calm, and there's not a single sound, no rustling trees, no chirping birds. Just pure silence. I inhale deeply through my nose, letting it out through my mouth in a cloud of moisture. I place my hand over my belly, which feels like it's doubling in size every day. Avram is excited because he keeps saying we're going to have a huge baby, a giant man just like him, but we haven't even found out if it's a boy or a girl yet. He's cute, though. Always so excited about the baby. He talks about my pregnancy more than I do, and when he's not gushing about how perfect our child is going to be, he's kissing my belly and telling me how perfect a mother I already am. I don't deserve him, but I'll never tell that to anyone. He's my little secret, and I'm keeping him all to myself. I take a step out into the snow, feeling the satisfying crunch beneath my foot. Avram is going to be angry that his slippers are soaked, but he has about a dozen pairs already. He acts like he's not overflowing with cash like a broken ATM. I, on the other hand, have given up work entirely upon his request. I haven't had to lift a finger since my pregnancy started showing, and Avram is always tripping over himself to do anything and everything for me. Bending over to pick something up, he's rushing to do it for me. Hungry? Dinner is already made. I'm honestly a little surprised he didn't spring out of bed and open the door for me, but he ran off to the bathroom when I woke him up. pissing like a racehorse every morning because he insists that we both need to be properly hydrated before bed. I close my eyes, enjoying the cold before it begins to get uncomfortable. It's so nice just to be still in the morning, not to have to rush to the office or scarf down a breakfast without even tasting it. I get to move slower, more intentionally, and my life is better because of that. Dr. Clara was right. I haven't just gotten used to the Bratva, I've actually started to love this lifestyle. The door behind me opens, and I feel Avram's arms wrap around me from behind, his warm fingers snake under my blanket. I lean back into him, humming joyfully as I inhale his thick, spicy scent. "You sleep good?" he asks, his voice deep and husky from sleep. "Yes, actually. Better than I usually do." "Good, maybe you want to get some breakfast at that place downtown," he suggests. "The one with the pancakes?" I was just about to suggest that. I don't know why I'm so hungry all the time. He laughs, his hands moving down to my belly. I do. Suddenly he lets go of me, taking a step back as I turn around to search for his warm embrace again. I'm confused at first, but when he drops to his knee and brings a hand out from behind his back, I understand what's happening. "Kimberly," he says, his voice low and confident. He flicks open a red box, a pink sapphire ring glittering in the morning light. "Will you marry me?" My heart leaps into my throat, and tears rush to my eyes. I can't believe this is happening. I knew Avram wanted to marry me, but I had always been so reluctant and dismissive of his wishes because I was afraid. I'm not afraid anymore. I see the look in his eyes and the ring in his hand. He's serious about providing the perfect life for me and our baby, and he's gone above and beyond in proving that. I swallow hard, searching for a more beautiful way of accepting his proposal, but arriving on the simplest and most important word in the end. "Yes," I gush, my body trembling as he rises from his knee. "Yes, Avram. Yes, 1,000,000 times over." His eyes light up at my words, and he stands up, taking the ring out of the box and slipping it onto my finger. It's a perfect fit, but I accepted nothing less from Avram. If there's one thing I know about him, it's that he plans everything out, every detail, every word, every action, making it seem as natural and flawless as possible before he's willing to act. He's a perfectionist, and it's moments like this that make me appreciate that side of him. I jump into his arms the moment the ring is on my finger, letting out a squeal of delight and peppering his cheek with kisses. His usual stubble has transformed into a beard in a weak flat, and it tickles my skin instead of scratching it. I run my fingers through the thick black hairs, watching my new ring disappear and reappear in his hair. "You're really like Bigfoot now," I say with a laugh. "Well, you know what they say about big feet," he says, pulling his head back and winking at me. I know. How do you think I got so pregnant? I place my hand on my belly, big baby too. He drops to one knee again, ignoring the cold, hard ground and kissing my belly softly. "You are so perfect. Both of you are." I'm thinking the same about him as I bask in his praise. He gives it to me daily, but it's so good that I'll never get enough. I'll have to think of some way to repay him. But for now, I think I'm just going to close my eyes and enjoy being his fiancé.
Chapter 29. Avram. I wring my hands like I'm trying to squeeze the rest of the sweat out of them. My lap is already soaked from sitting in the waiting room for 4 hours, but I've been told it could be a lot longer. 4 hours. Could be 8. Could be 4 and 30 seconds. I just don't know. And it's eating up my insides like sulfuric acid. Damien is as cool as the linoleum floor, but he doesn't have a wife that's about to give birth to the next ruler of the Russian mafia. This is a big deal. A super big deal, and I'm about to lose my mind from the anticipation. We already know the baby will be a boy, but for some reason I have trouble believing that or even conceptualizing it until I see the baby with my own eyes. I'm so used to seeing Kimberly's pregnant belly, but what I'm not used to is an actual baby. Will I be a good father? I've been preparing, but I don't feel ready yet. I know I'm going to love our child, but what if he doesn't love me? Ridiculous. Babies love everyone, don't they? I look over at Damien, then back away before he can roll his eyes at me. He thinks I'm crazy to be this stressed out, but I think he just doesn't realize how important it is to me that I'm becoming a father. I've never done this before. I can kill a man without remorse, but holding my own baby, such a delicate little thing, without dropping him. I don't know. I took classes, but I still don't know. I feel like I'm about to vomit. Jesus, is there a trash can nearby? Would it be weird if I excused myself to the bathroom for the 5th time this hour? Would the nurse come out to tell me the baby has been born, only to miss me because I'm hiding next to a toilet? I swallow the bile back down as it tries to come up. I can handle this. I'm a man. I'm strong. I look over at Damien again. He's flipping through a golf magazine. That idiot doesn't even play golf. He's bored. How can you be bored when Kimberly's about to give birth? I look up at the clock. It's only been 30 seconds since I last checked. Not even a minute. I waited 25 years to make love to Kimberly, but I can't wait a few hours for her to have our baby. What's wrong with me? A nurse comes out into the waiting room, but she's not the same one that went in with Kimberly. Sometimes they switch, right? Could be Kimberly's nurse. This might be it. But she calls someone else's name, some other anxious man with graying hair and bags under his eyes. He must already have a few kids to look like that. I laugh a little to myself, knowing my fate will be similar. Will Kimberly still love me when I'm old and gray? I feel like I'm already getting there. The years have been good to me, but 50 is quickly approaching and my knees are starting to make noises. I asked Damien about it the other day, and he assured me his had been making noises since he was 25. I guess I was spoiled in prison then. Maybe I'll last long because of that. I have to live as long as I can with how much younger Kimberly is than me. It's not that I wasn't healthy when we first met, but I would do better. Now I'm trying to make sure I'm getting everything I need, including good sex and enough sleep. How else am I going to be able to take care of her and the baby, otherwise? It's my duty to be the best husband and father that I can be. Oh, there she is, Damien says from beside me. His words hit me like a bolt of lightning, and I jump out of my seat before I even realize who he's talking about. The nurse that wheeled Kimberly into the hospital is standing with her hands clasped together, smiling at me. I step toward her, my mouth dry and my throat struggling to make a sound. She speaks for me, saving me from making a fool out of myself. Your son, Isaac, was born 10 minutes ago. Your wife is with him now, and she'd like you to come see them. I look back at Damien, who gives me an encouraging nod. I'm not sure why I need permission from him, but I feel like my feet are glued to the floor until I'm specifically told to walk. The nurse turns and leaves the waiting room, and I have to hurry down the hallway to catch up with her. So, everything is fine? They're both healthy? Your wife is exhausted, but Isaac is making the most of his first few minutes on this earth, she replies. I'm confused by her explanation until I enter the hospital room where Kimberly gave birth and hear Isaac hollering at the top of his lungs. Even as Kimberly holds him, he's crying as loud as he can. Is he okay? I ask, stepping toward them as Kimberly attempts to soothe our son. He'll be fine. Some babies are a little more expressive than others, the nurse assures me. Expressive is one way to put it. I smile through the noise, approaching Kimberly and placing my hand on her forehead. The moment I do this, Isaac stops crying. His eyes grow wide and he looks right up at me. I feel tears in my eyes, but I hold them back. Hey buddy, how's it going? He squirms against Kimberly, and I smile. You'll get used to all this. I promise it's not that bad. I think he likes you more than he likes me, she teases. Well, I'm sure once he realizes how many responsibilities I'm going to give him, he's not going to like me so much anymore. I chuckle. But I'll enjoy the moment while it lasts. Oh yes, I'm sure he'll be cleaning guns and patrolling the house before he's old enough to spell his own name, she replies with a heavy tone of sarcasm. I rub my chin. I would have waited a few more years, but if you want him out there. Don't even joke. He's our precious boy, she says, laying a kiss on his head. He immediately starts crying again, and I can't help but laugh. Something tells me that our little Isaac is going to be trouble.
Epilogue. Kimberly. I knew I'd find him in here. Isaac, that's not a toy, I shout, winding up the washcloth to snap it at him. Come back here. Isaac screams with frantic excitement as he runs around the garage, diving under a truck and crawling out from the other side with my hairdryer in his tiny hand. He uses it to blow the bugs off the plants outside, but I can't have him getting it all dirty again before dinner. I need that, I beg as he runs past me into the house again. He's so fast, but I'm not really trying. It's exhausting having to actually run after him. So these days I usually wait for him to burn himself out, walking from room to room as he flies over and under the furniture, laughing like some kind of madman. All right. Let's make a deal, I say, following him into the living room. You give Mommy her hairdryer, and I won't make you eat any vegetables for dinner. That gets his attention, but only for a moment. Once he sees my hopeful expression, he bursts into gleeful laughter once again, jumping off the sofa and making a break for the exit into the dining room. Totally out of control, but only until Avram comes home. Once he hears his heavy footsteps, Isaac is going to act like a little angel again. You know, I told Daddy to buy extra vegetables from the grocery store, the stinky ones, I warn as Isaac crawls under the dining room table. No broccoli, he shrieks. Broccoli isn't even the worst of them, but that's the one he always talks about. Yes, lots and lots of broccoli, I say. The white ones, too. Isaac doesn't know the name for cauliflower, so he just calls it the white ones. For a while he was okay with eating them because they weren't green, but once he realized they looked just like broccoli, he decided he didn't want anything to do with them anymore. Isaac leaves the hairdryer under the dining room table and he rushes out of the room, perhaps realizing that blowing bugs off the plants isn't worth the punishment of having to eat something with even the slightest bit of nutritional value. I sigh, grabbing it and coiling the cable back around the base. At least I can dry my hair before Avram comes back from the grocery store. He loves it when it's all silky and straight, especially since it's gotten so long that it touches my ass when I'm lying on my stomach in bed. I love to tease him that way, showing him what he's going to have for dessert before I've even started on dinner. We still get plenty of time for fun despite the chaos Isaac brings. Damien watches him often enough, and as long as he's outside, there's a limit to the amount of trouble he can get in, because he's terrified of the guards posted near the gate. Security is high, but our happiness as a family is even higher. I wouldn't trade the love and excitement for anything, and neither would Avram. We're a team and we wouldn't have it any other way. Thank you for listening. If you would like to listen to the uncut version with all spicy scenes included, please follow the link in the description or head over to bellakingbooks.com. Also, please consider subscribing for more. Thank you.